Poker Tour rolls into Texas Card House Spring from November 10th through 22nd, with numerous big events featuring the $500,000 guaranteed main event. For full schedule, structures and details, visit texascardhouse.com. Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit texascardhouse.com. The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or texascardhouse.com. Black Friday and battle for a piece of $100,000. Texas Card House Houston presents the $100,000 guaranteed Black Friday tournament. $400 buy-in, cards in the air at noon, plus a massive Black Friday sale on time. For full details, visit texascardhouse.com. Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th. $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit texascardhouse.com.
Welcome to Texas Card House RGV as we get ready for some ROE. That's right, we're playing Row tonight, round of each, and it's going to be PLO and Big O, also known as Congress. So 5-card high-low in the mix. No hold-up tonight, so that's going to make some people happy, and it's going to make some people mad, but we are doing a round of each tonight. It'll be PLO, that's 4-card high, and it'll be Big O, also known as Congress, that's 5-card high-low. And since Big O has 5 cards for each player, we are playing 8-handed. So we will go around the table before we get started here. In seat 1, Big Spoon is back. He's in for 370. Then we have Every Hand Fran in for 300. Trucker in for 337. El Gallo's also back. He's in for 500. Then we got Nuno. He's in for 405. And Baby Spider in for 1,000. Commander Picks in for 800. And the big stack in seat 9, we got Gator. Gator is in for $1,350. So once again, we are playing a round of each. It's going to be Omaha High and Omaha High-Low. But since the High-Low has 5 cards, depending on where you live, it's either known as Big O or Congress, depending on where you're from. So action kicking off here, button on seat 1. Every time the button gets back to seat 1, we will change out the game. So we will be playing 8 hands of PLO and then 8 hands of Big O. We have El Gallo in seat 3, putting on the $10 straddle. You can see it is 5-5. Nuno with a pretty bad hand, and he will get rid of it. Baby Spoon. Normally he goes by Baby Spider, but I think he saw Wednesday's stream, and he saw somebody going by Big Spoon, so he's going by Baby Spoon. Commander Picks with a nice hand, double suited and quadruple connected. Gator making the call. Oh, Big Spoon with the aces. Is he just gonna call here, or is he gonna say pot? I kind of like. Oh, he's double suited as well. I kind of like a raise here, and he agrees, but it does seem to be on the smaller side. So he has 2 pocket pair and he has 2 suits. Really strong hand for Big Spoon, but only the min raise here. Probably would have said pot myself. So the pot would have been 40 times 3, which is 120, plus the $40 that Commander picks called, so Gator called the 40. You would multiply that by 3, and then the 40 that was the call, the $10 that was the big blind. And we have a king high flop. Both Commander picks and Gator hitting a king, but Commander picks has a straight draw as a jack will give him a straight. He also has backdoor hearts and backdoor clubs. His hearts are no good though, because Big Spoon has 2 hearts, and you can see we're getting it all in pretty quick. So Gator gonna let it go. Big Spoon gonna be making the call. And let's see if it pops up the percentages here. So first hand we have an all-in, and we're going to be seeing a lot of all-ins tonight, folks. We're going to be having a lot of all-ins. So once again, this is a round of each. The 2 games that are being played is PLO and Big O, also known as Congress, which is 5-card high-low.
Thank you for coming. I was letting everybody know, I told Maria, if we can have the least amount of reds on the table so the game can get...
All right, so backdoor clubs. Commander picks picking up some backdoor clubs. You can see he has 4 outs now.
You want the game to... We're not going to see that many hands, so we're trying to speed it up as possible. Thanks. All right, no more action. Hold on.
And Commander picks making... Does he make a straight? It looks like he has a straight, but I don't think he has a straight because you need 5 cards. So 7, 8, 9, 10. He only has 4 cards. So the aces... Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize that he had 2 pair. The King 9 with the 2 pair. So Commander picks, and it is a little hard to keep track of the 4 cards, especially when it's multi-way. Did not realize the Commander picks actually flopped the top 2 pair. I knew he had a straight draw to go with it. And right off the bat, Big Spoon gonna have to put out the rebuy. So they will take care of the rebuy, and we will get ready to move on to hand number 2. It's going to be 5-5 is the small blind and the big blind. $5, $5. PLO. Pot-Limit Omaha. The great game of Pot-Limit Omaha. It's actually our first time doing a stream featuring high-low, Big O, Congress. So once the button gets to seat 1, we will see the 5 cards. We'll see how that works out. Nuno with the 10s, but only has 1 suit. Looks like he's going to call the $5. Maybe Spoon getting out of the way. Commander picks just winning the last hand, and is double suited, just makes the call. Gator calling with diamonds and spades, also has the pocket 5s. And looks like Trucker and El Gallo will check their options. So we are going to a 6-way flop. A lot of possibilities. And a huge flop for every hand, Fran. Top pair with a flush draw. So she has ace king and the king 9 of hearts. And she's going to put out a pot-sized bet here. It's only a $30 bet, but keep in mind, it was $5 to call, and everybody just called. So she will pick up a call in El Gallo. He has hearts, but we can see they're no good. And he has 3 immediate outs, and that's not one of them. It will go check, check. The other worried that the other player has a 7. Every hand, Fran making 3 pair on the river. So keep in mind, even though the players are dealt 4 cards, they can only use 2, and they have to use 2. They have to use 3 cards from the board and 2 cards from their hands. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes, like in Hold'em, there'll be 4 spades on the board, and you have the ace of spades and only the ace of spades in your hand, and you would have a flush in Hold'em. But in Omaha, unless if you have 2 spades in that example, then you would have a flush. So you must use 2 cards and only 2 cards. Must use 3 cards from the board, 2 cards from your hand. A lot of possibilities, a lot of different ways for you to win a hand, but on the flip side of the coin, a lot of different ways for you to lose a hand. So Gator coming in again. Every hand Fran looks like she's raising it up. She has the aces, triple suited, double suited, triple connected. The ace is working with the queen, and the ace is working with the 3. So double suited, double connected. And El Gallo has the good old rundown hand. And every hand Fran knows that she has the best hand right now, so she is going to pot it and try to get all the money in. She does have aces. She is double suited. Looks like El Gallo's going with his hand, and I don't know what Gator's going to do. Gator thinking about it. Really unfortunate for El Gallo that both his suits are covered. Fran has aces and has both his suits covered. That's very unfortunate for El Gallo, so he can only hit a straight or a 2 pair. And you can see Fran also has a queen in her hand. Oh, so Gator bought in for over 1,000, so he might be thinking about gambling early on here, as the big stack is El Gallo. He does have $80 in the pot. The all-in is for $455. You can see the percentages as the cards lie right now. Kind of rare to be over 50% in a multi-way pot, and Fran is over 50%. All right, so everybody is all in, and we have a pot of over $1,200, $1,275 to be exact, on hand number 3 here. I said it after the first 10, and I'll keep saying it. We're going to have a lot of all-ins tonight. We do have a list of players waiting to jump into this game. It looks like they're just going to go once. Oh, and Gator hit in a set, but El Gallo hit in a straight. And nobody has heart, so El Gallo flopped the nuts. El Gallo flopping the nuts with the 9-10. And every hand Fran going to get her aces cracked. Every hand Fran's going to finish in 3rd place, as Gator hit bottom set with the 7s. And El Gallo flopping the straight. Nobody with clubs in their hands, but more importantly, nobody with hearts. So the straight is good for El Gallo.
You're right, bro. I'm sorry. You're right.
And that is actually Jake Paul's new nickname. I believe he used to be the problem child, and then he moved down to Puerto Rico. From what I understand, he moved down to Puerto Rico for tax reasons. But keep in mind, Puerto Rico is still part of the United States. It is not a state, it is a territory. So you do not need a passport, and you can move down there pretty easy from what I understand. So Jake Paul fighting tonight here in Texas, and then we have El Gallo at the poker table. So Jake Paul in North Texas, and we are in South Texas. We are in the Rio Grande Valley, 3 hours directly south of San Antonio.
Barely right here. Start right here.
Well, actually, it's all pot limit. And like I said at the beginning, I know a lot of people like to watch the Hold'em streams, but it is a PLO, and then we're going to go to Big O, and both forms of the poker are going to be a pot limit. But the pots do get really big. We've already had, I think, 3 all-ins in the first 4 hands. So I did say it at the very beginning of the very beginning, that some people are going to see the stream and see that it's strictly Omaha tonight, and some people are really going to like it, and some people are not. That is okay. So trip 5s for El Gallo, and Gator with a 4. He's going to make a bet here at the pot. So Gator with a 4%. 4% of the time he will win this hand. He needs a 6 or a 4. And I think he might be drawing dead. Yeah, he's drawing dead. And let's see if he slows down here. He does slow down. So pretty much made a bet, hoping that his opponent would fold anything but a 5. And once his opponent called, he pretty much puts his opponent on a 5 here. So El Gallo going to be placing 125. And let's see if Gator calls. I don't think he's going to call. Yeah, he makes the fold. So Gator tonight representing on the gas. The letter D, on the gas racing. So it is a $10 button straddle. Action does start to the left of the straddle, even if it's on the button. So action's going to start on the baby spoon. So he would be able to raise it to 40, I believe, because it's $10. So it'll be the 10 times 3, which is 30. And then there's the 2 blinds. So it'll be $40 total if he chose to raise it there. And he's got nothing but clubs. And he will get rid of them. Gator taking a break. Oh, it's actually a $15 button strat. I thought it was 10, but it's 15. So everybody calling the 15, but we do have a $70 pot here. And it's going to come ace high. So Nuno, who was the straddler on the button, flops the best hand, but he's going to check. 8 coming on the turn. Nuno was still the best hand, but that's going to give Big Spoon an open ender. So no possible flushes, as every suit on the board is covered, which means if Big Spoon hits his straight, it will be the nut straight. Trucker lets his hand go. And Nuno has a straight draw of his own with a 10. He actually has the best hand right now. Only a $40 bet into the pot. Nuno looks like he's going to be making the call. Big Spoon with 2 outs. And Big Spoon gets there. 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. Big Spoon should say 100% by his name, but I think the action tracker's just a little laggy, as it hasn't recognized the 7. So the dealer put in the 7 on the board, and we can see the 7, but the software has not picked up the 7. Kind of an unfortunate card, and you can see the dealer rubbing the 7 again. There it is. There we go. So basically that entire rectangle area, and that's a really bad river for Nuno, as he does make a 2 pair. See if he's able to get away from the hand. 5-6 also making a straight. A lot of straights possible. But looks like Nuno's going to pay to see. Or not. Nice fold. And Big Spoon will fold that show that he had the nuts. So Nuno doing the pump fake, and he got me. Thought he was going to call. I guess it's like when you're watching a football game and the quarterback does a play action pass, but the camera guy goes with the running back. Yeah, I was that camera guy. They got me. Yeah, we did start the stream a little bit late. We started, the stream was supposed to start at 7, but the players started playing at 7:20, and then it was the 15-minute delay. We started streaming at 7:35. So this is our first time doing a big O PLO stream. So essentially, they had to rearrange all of the software that keeps track of everything. So right now we're doing 4 cards, but once the bunny gets back to seat number 1, we will be doing 5 cards. So all the players were here on time. It was actually our fault, the reason why we started late. And like I said, the reason why is this is the first time that we are streaming a 5-card game. Big O is going to be streamed. So there was some different things that needed to be taken out of the software and added to the software to make sure that the graphics were correct. So we have Gator flopping a wrap. Queen 10 gives him the open-ended, and then the King 10 gives him some more outs so he can hit more cards. And Nuno, who has bottom 2 pair. Ooh, very risky here, but he is going to be making the raise. So normally bottom 2 pair is vulnerable, but especially in Omaha. And if an ace comes, it's going to give Gator aces and queens. You can see Gator is a pretty big favorite here, and it looks like they're getting all the money in the pot. No, Nuno has $60 behind, but I don't think he's going to be folded. So now Gator picking up more outs. If a deuce comes, oh, Nuno's going to hold on to his $60. And Gator's going to get there with his straight, the king-queen making the straight. Gator double checking his cards, realizing that he has the nuts. And now he's going to put Nuno all in. And Nuno's just going to call it off. Kind of have to call it. $60 to win $700. I think the only time you can fold there is like literally if Gator would show his cards before he called.
Gator bait, Gator bait. Uh-oh. It's like making a basket.
So as I said, Gator with the wrap. That's something different in Omaha, where in Hold'em, you will have a gut shot straight draw, which means you can hit 1 card to make your straight. So like if you have king queen and the flop is like 9 10 3, well, you can hit a jack. That's the 1 card you can hit for a straight. So you have the gut shot and Hold'em. Then you have the double gut shot, which is also and be an open ender. But in that situation, you will have 2 cards you can hit to make your hand. So if you have king queen and the flop comes jack 10, then you're open ended. Well, in Omaha, there's these things called wraps, where you can have 3 or more cards that'll make your straight. I believe it's up to 6 cards for sure, maybe 8 cards on the mega atomic nuclear wrap. And that would be like if you had 5, 6, 9, 10. So yeah, if you had 5, 6, 9, 10 in your hand, and the flop came 7, 8, like 7, 8 ace. So basically, if you hit any card between a 4 and a jack, you're going to make a straight. So Trucker making the fold. El Gallo looks like he is raising. That's correct. I mentioned it at the start, and I believe the graphics department did not update the graphics. So last week we did play row, but it was 1 round of Hold'em and 1 round of Omaha. But this week it's going to be 1 round of PLO and 1 round of Big O. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I do realize some people are really going to like the stream, or some people are really going to hate the stream. 10 high flop coming, and the pocket 9s of Big Spoon still out in front. He also has a gut shot straight draw, needing an 8 for his straight. Backdoor diamonds as well. Oh, and he's going to hit his set. So now he has a set, but there are still players that can make a straight. And Gator's going to be leading out here. It looks like everybody's going to call him. I don't think El Gallo will raise, as a 7-8 does make a straight, so he is going to be a little worried about the 7-8. It's only a $25 bet, though, so he's never folding, maybe raising. What does Nuno have here? Nuno has hearts. Nuno picking up hearts here on the turn. Oh, and Nuno's going to be raising here. So this is something you see a lot in Omaha, where people play their draws very aggressive. Oh, it was Big Spoon with the set of 9s, excuse me. I thought it was El Gallo with the set of 9s. El Gallo has 2 pair, and he's drawn to an 8 for a straight. But a lot of times in Omaha, players will play their draws very, very aggressive, and you can see that is the case here. That's not to say in Hold'em players don't play their draws aggressive, but it seems to be even more so in Omaha. And Nuno's going to miss, so the set of 9s for Big Spoon is going to hold up, but that is a very scary river, because now King Queen makes a straight, Queen 10. But Big Spoon is basically saying, if you got it, you got it. And that river actually gives Nuno 2 pair. He was on the flush draw, but it gives him 2 pair. I don't think he can make the call. But yeah, he does give it up. And Big Spoon will show once again.
I'm not gonna do it later. I want to do it now. That was it.
Oh, there you go. You don't have the slightest idea how to play Big O? Well, neither do I. No. I'm just kidding. It's going to go to Big O next hand. So we will give you a crash course in Big O. It's going to be like very simple, basic crash course. Big O is a high-low game. So there are some chop pots. So if you've ever been curious about Big O or Congress, then we will, like I said, give you a bit of a crash course. So hello to Chatstar. Now, I did mention this, and I will mention it again because I believe the thumbnail on YouTube was incorrect. It did say a round of each, but I believe it said No Limit Hold'em and PLO. We are playing PLO and Big O. So this is going to be the last hand of Omaha, then next hand we're going to switch to Big O. It is a 5-card game, and that is why we are playing 8-handed. So normally we will play 9-handed, but with Big O, all the players are going to get 5 cards. So 5 times 8, that's 40. And then the 3 burn cards, and then all of the community cards would be 8. So that's 48. So that leaves only 4 cards in the deck. Yeah, so it is called Congress in some places. I know in Oklahoma they call it Congress. I've always known it as Big O, or I was introduced to the game as Big O. But it is also called Congress in some places. Essentially, it is high-low. It is Omaha high-low, but instead of 4 cards, like a normal Omaha hand, it has 5 cards. So you can see everybody has pretty much still a good percentage to win this hand, even though we're 3 ways. Trucker with the best hand going to make the call. Best hand right now, or best equity, shall I say. Oh, and El Gallo hitting the 9, making top 2 pair. Then on top of the top 2 pair, he has a flush draw. So he should be putting out pretty decent sized bet here. $290 in the pot. And Trucker only has 227, so I would probably bet 227 to put Trucker all in here. And he's going to bet 155. Nuno gets out of the way pretty quick. Trucker still with his... No, Trucker's going to make the fold. All right, so next hand, we are going to play some Big O. So, I've never played home games in Oklahoma, but I know at the casinos, on the border, the Texas-Oklahoma border, you have Choctaw and you have Windstar. And I know for sure at Choctaw, they do call it Congress, but apparently in the home games, it is known as a PED. But as I said, essentially it is PLO, it is Omaha high-low, but with 5 cards. All right, so they're getting ready to switch the system to go to the high-low, and you can see some players already adding chips because the dealer is letting them know, all right, the button is back on seat number 1, so now they're going to switch it to 5-card high-low. I'm actually going to be at Oklahoma tomorrow. Probably hit up the Windstar tomorrow night. I will be in the Windstar Poker Room tomorrow night. If you folks in the chat do not know about the Windstar, the world's largest casino. World's largest casino. It is right on the Texas-Oklahoma border. Common misconception. A lot of people say or think there are no casinos in Texas, and there's actually one casino in Texas. It is in Eagle Pass, Texas. The name of the tribe is Kickapoo. So it is the Kickapoo Lucky Eagle Casino. They do have slot machines, and they do have a poker room. They don't have any table games. They don't have blackjack or roulette or anything like that, but they do have a casino here in Texas. So Logan, not a fan of the Big O, and all right, here we go. 5-0 PLO. It is a little hard to keep track of. Yeah, WinStar's massive. True story. WinStar is massive. World's largest casino. So the issue or the problem with high-low is, one, there's not always a low. So there has to be 3 cards on the board. There has to be 3 cards on the board that are 8 and below.
Okay.
So an ace can count for the low, and the ace can also count for the high. So this is our first time streaming. This is the first time we are streaming high-low. So normally, you want to have like an ace, deuce, 3 in your hand, like commander picks. Gator with no ace or deuce in his hand, but all the other small cards. But the only issue is, keep in mind, 1, there is not always a low, and 2, the low does change a lot. So you can get counterfeited very easy. You can get counterfeited very easily. So there has to be 3 cards on the board, and this is, of course, at the very end once the river's dealt, but there has to be 3 cards on the board that are 8 and below, and those 3 cards cannot be paired. So if it's like 8-8-3, there's only 2 cards on the board that are. So here we go, big O. So there's going to be absolutely no possible low in this hand. So only 2 more cards are going to come, and even if those 2 cards are 8 or below, there's only 2 cards on the board that are 8 and below. So there is no low this hand, and the flush is going to get hit by El Gallo. Nobody has a king? Look at all these cards and nobody has a king. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 players. We have 30 cards. Of course, the deck of cards is 52. We have 30 cards in the players' hands, and none of them have a king. So El Gallo's going to have the flush, and he's going to bet the flush. Every hand, Fran calling. She needs the jack of spades for a straight flush. So every hand, Fran is not drawn dead, and we have, we're going heads up here. Jack of spades for the stream? No, Jack of spades has been folded. Jack of spades has been folded. Fran's going to hit her straight, but it's going to go check, check. The steel wheel, yeah, the steel wheel, or yeah, I mean, the wheel is the nuts for the low, not necessarily the high, but the steel wheel is. So you have 2 different types of straight flushes that have a special name, and of course, the type that most people know about is the royal flush. But the royal flush is just a straight flush, does have a special name. So that is a flush, ace high flush. Ace, king, queen, jack 10. Now, there is a straight flush on the other end of the spectrum that also includes the ace, but the ace is the low card there. So ace, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is known as the steel wheel. That is a straight flush. And that is going to be good for the low, and that's going to be good for the high. Hey, help us get to 150 likes. Hit that like button now. So as I said, this is going to be a lot of cards to keep track of, and this is why the software is going to come into play and really help everybody out here with the high-low, letting everybody know who has the best percentage. I don't know if it's going to pop up percentages just because of the low factor. All right, so there is a possible low. There is no low on the board right now, but if any card comes out below a 7, then the best low would be ace deuce. and the ace deuce will be entitled to half the pot. Doesn't look like anybody has an ace deuce. Somebody has an ace three. So if any card comes out below a 7, then a low will play. All right, here we go. So we do have a low possibility, and we do see that the Jack 9 is the best high hand right now. So ace 3 right now is the best low. So the low starts from the top. So it would be 8, 7, 6, 3, ace. That's the best low hand. No, I'm sorry, it's ace deuce. Somebody has the ace deuce. So Trucker right now has half of the pot. Now, here's the crazy part. If a deuce comes on the river, Trucker no longer has a low because he's not playing the deuce. He's now playing ace 6. If a 3 comes on the river, well, Gator, no, who was it that had the ace 3? Whoever had the ace 3. You see, Trucker has the best low, and that's why he's going all in. He's going all in because he knows that right now half of the pot is going to be his. He can get counterfeited, though. So if any of his cards in his hand pair up, so if an ace or a deuce comes, now his ace or deuce are no longer playing. So then his low will change. So if a deuce comes, now ace 3 is the best possible low. Yeah, you are right. I did not see the ace deuce. But Sal letting us know that somebody has the ace deuce for the nut low. Yes, we are playing 5 cards. This is a round of each. 1 round of just regular PLO, the 4 cards of the high, and then 1 round of high-low. So it's getting fun here. So Trucker, I believe the only one with the ace deuce right now. El Gallo has the ace 3, but he made the fold. And we do have somebody, does anybody have a 9? So Gator has a straight. He's playing the 9-8 in his hand for the straight. But it is not the nut straight, so he does fold. And every hand Fran, let's see what she does here. She does have spades. And I believe, let's see. Yeah, she's just going to go with it. She's pretty much pot committed. So 2 pair right now is winning for Trucker the high. 2 pair right now is winning for Trucker the high. But Fran can hit a jack to make a straight or a spade to make a flush. So you can see the outs on the top of the board. And that is the outs for the high. That is the outs for the high. Oh, and it's going to come a deuce. So Trucker no longer has a high, and all of his cards are paired up. So Fran is going to win half the pot with the 4-3. So Fran was actually going for the high, but she's going to win half the pot for the 4-3. Like I said, you can't get counterfeited. So the hand that Fran is playing is right there. She is playing the 7, the 6. Okay, that's the high hand. That's the hand that Trucker has. That's the low hand. She's playing the 7, the 6, the 4, the 3, and the deuce. And then Trucker, Trucker had 3 pair. I didn't realize that. So Trucker is playing the 10 deuce. Trucker's playing the 10 deuce for the high.
What was it though? It was like plus 500, right? What is that? So like minus 90, 900, minus 1,000 or something? Sure.
So Trucker had the nut low on the turn, went all in. Fran called, looking for a spade for the flush for the high, but since Trucker's card paired up, he got counterfeited.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
I can straddle.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is correct. The low gets counterfeited. The low gets counterfeited and quartered often. And that's why if you've never played Big O, and actually there is a player at the table, I will not say who it is right now, but I will say who it is before the end of the stream. There's a player at the table who has never played high-low, has never played Big O. So if that's the case, then it's a round of each. So when we're playing the 5 cards, that is the time where you can take a smoke break, take a bathroom break, or check your phone since the phones aren't allowed at the table, or you can just focus on going after the high. So it's hard for the high to be split, but it's very easy for the low to be split. So the guy who has the ace deuce, that is the best possible low you can have, and of course this is assuming that 3 cards come out on the board that are 8 and below. Gator with the 2-3. All right, so no possible low this hand. No possible low this hand. Even if 2 small cards come, 3 small cards have to be on the board. So now the players are just going to be playing for the high. So Trucker does have the Jack 10-8, has a pair and a straight draw. Nuno with top pair with the kings. And everybody's going to check around. So this is just going to be, essentially this is a normal hand of Omaha. All right, so Trucker hitting the straight with the 10-8. So this is just a normal hand of Omaha with a 5th card involved, just because there's no low. So there is a heart on the turn. Trucker with a straight flush draw. He has the nuts right now with the 10-8, and he has the redraw with the hearts. So he's probably going to be betting pot here. That's exactly what he does. $90 in the pot. Trucker with the $90 bet.
I think I'm talking loud. It's hard.
Like halfway.
So it is a Trucker's first time playing on the stream, and the dealer is letting him know that he does have his ears covered. He is wearing the headset, relaying all the information. So kind of an interesting call here from Big Spoon, as he has a straight draw. Fran has a set. She has 2 sets. So Fran with a set of jacks and a set of 9s. She actually has her own outs. As we can see, the Trucker has a jack, so a jack can't come. A king can come. A 7 can come. And now the queen 10. Oh, the queen 10 was always the straight, right? Like I said, it's really hard to keep up. And I thought Trucker had the nuts on the turn, but he did have the straight, and he is worried about the queen 10. He's definitely worried about the queen 10. He's going to check it back here. There's 360 in the pot. If a heart would have shown up, he's going to bet. No, he's going to put out a small bet. Yeah, so Wesley seeing the 10-8 last time with Trucker's hand where he had 2 pair.
I know a little bit about trucks, like my family grew up, like my grandfather used to have.
So Fran getting a real good price here, but she does realize that there's a lot of straights.
You know I already have a straight. That's right. Don't do this. Show a lady, man. You already know you how to show the lady. Show the lady. How do you want to show this one? This one. That's the key right there. I never show. Never. I think you had it because
So we are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. Some of you may be watching us on the Facebook. Some of us may be watching you on Twitch, maybe watching us on Twitch. We are streaming on multiple platforms. The only access that I have access to is the YouTube chats. So if you have a question about how this 5-card game is working, I will do my best to answer, but this is known as high-low.
Anybody bet on that fight?
They're playing a round of Pot-Limit Omaha and a round of high-low, and since the high-low has 5 cards, it is known as Big O, also known as Congress. And as we've seen, there is not always a low. There has to be 3 cards on the board, 8 and below, that are not paired.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, Big Spoon with 3 kings in his hand, but his ace is suited. He also has an ace-5 for the low. The trucker with the ace-deuce, that is the best possible low as of right now. Trucker does have 4 clubs in his hand, but he's going to be making the call since he does have the ace-deuce to go with it.
This is my thing right here.
Looks like nobody else with the ace-deuce, so if 3 cards, 8 or below come, then he will have the best possible low. And we only have 1 6, so there's still a possible low, but it does have to go runner. So only one of those 6s count for the low. So if the next 2 cards are 8 or below that do not pair the board, then there is a possible low. Gator with the trip 6s, he's going to be making the call. Baby Spoon also with trip 6s. He does have clubs as a backup, and he also has a straight draw as a backup and a low draw as a backup. Big Spoon with no clubs in his hand. And looks like he's going to be making the call with just kings. Now, all the kings are folded. So it's going to be hard for him to improve his hand. He does have the ace-5, though. All right, so no low on this hand either. So it's just going to be the high hand, and Baby Spoon knows that somebody else might have a better 6. And actually, Gator hitting a full house. So Gator with the best hand right now, he is going to bet 85. And Big Spoon, I just mentioned one of these players has never played high-low before, and I think it's pretty easy to figure out who that player is. As he's calling with 3 kings in his hand, he can only use 2 of them. That might slow down Gator. No, Gator don't care. Gator gonna take his full house, make a bet. Now, the only way that the Jack has a full house, if he had Jack 6 or Jack Queen, but that was not the case. This is like regular Omaha in regards to you do have to use 2 cards in your hand. So take, for example, if somebody just had a Jack and only a Jack there, they only had trips.
So even here you have to get close to your blinds. ¿Cómo? Necesitas poner tus blinds como en tournament cuando si no estás aquí. So ahí está, no está comandante, necesitas ponerlo.
Ah, okay.
Sí. Sí.
Yeah, so Wesley saying in the chat that the Queen Jack was a better full house, but nobody had the Queen Jack. I do think we have a new player at the table because I saw I heard the dealer giving instructions, but no, it's just that C3 Trucker has not played on the stream before. And I do know every once in a while that seat 4 sometimes has trouble picking up the card, but it looks like seat 5 having a little trouble scanning his cards. So no straddle. And the dealer making sure that everybody's cards get scanned. And now we will continue on. So since it is high-low right now, you want like an ace deuce, an ace three, a 3-2.
Six play.
Dude, my guy's gonna get knocked out already in the third round.
Top set for Baby Spoon. Does anybody have the Queen Jack? And I do not see a Queen Jack anywhere. So Baby Spider, I was going to say that there's no possible low, but there actually is, because the ace counts as a small card as well. So now if any card comes out 8 or below that does not pair the board, then there will be a possible low. Baby Spider turning the nut flush draw now. And right now his low is 5-6. He cannot play the ace because it's paired up. So Baby Spoon, excuse me, his low right now is 5-6. I don't know if that's the best low. And keep in mind, the low is only going to count if a card here on the river is 8 or below. And it is 8 or below. So the best possible low would be 2-3. The best possible low here would be 2-3. We could see somebody has a 4-3. So Big Spoon and Big Spoon and Baby Spider. So Big Spoon thinks he has the best low, and it's a pretty close to being the best low. But he does have the 4-3.
The loser, the guy that got knocked out. The loser, me and Spider made a bet. You gave me a
So there we go. It is showing a straight for Gator for the high. That is the straight. Now it should show the low, the 4-3 for Big Spoon. So the 9-6, right there, the 9 and 6, that is the high, and the low is the 4-3. So the low is going to be, it starts off from the 8, so it's going to go 8, 7. It's going to go 8, 7, 4, 3, ace.
10-9, 10-9. Yeah, 10-6, 10-6. 9-6, 9-6, that's correct. Yes,
Spider, you want to give me a chance from 100 back? No. Oh, here. Over here.
So that is the high. You can see the software, and essentially this is why we started late. The players are ready to start right at 7, but they did not start playing until 7:20, just because this is our first time streaming the high-low. Needed to make sure that all these graphics are correct, and you can see they are working really good as they are highlighting both the high and the low hand on the river.
I gave you odds, better odds over here. I got him by 3.
Really solid. I need some help.
And yeah, you are right, a typical blackjack. So many cards. So many cards. Endless possibilities. So it looks like Wesley has played high-low before, because he is calling out what the nut low is. So Big Spoon's going to take a little break, kind of like I suggested earlier, that if you're not very good at a game and it is part of the lineup, it's part of the mixed game lineup, then that's the time.
we have 7 players.
That's the time that you want to take your smoke break, take your bathroom break, or check your cell phone. All right, so we do have a possible low, because there is one card on the board that is 8 or below. So it does have to come 2 more cards that are 8 or below that do not pair the board. But right now we have Nuno betting his straight draw and flush draw. So Nuno with the 7-8 of diamonds and has a 10 as well. It looks like he has a straight, but keep in mind you can only use 2 cards in your hand. But he does have a wrap, so he can hit more than 2 cards to make a straight. Every hand Fran with the nut flush draw, unless if a 10 or a 5, he's open-ended. But the 5 of diamonds is played, and the board's going to pair. So that's going to slow everybody down. Oh, Commander Picks does have a jack. Oh, he has jack 6. He has a full house. Now, there is no possible low. There is no possible low. So the Jack 6 is the best hand right now. And the Jack 6 should be winning this hand. I don't see anybody with pocket 9s or Jack 9. So Commander Pick's going to be betting 100, trying to get a little value here, hoping somebody either has a Jack or a 9 that might be curious and calls him. And that does not look like the case. Yeah, Wesley really does like it. And I do realize that some people tuned in and they're like, wait, there's no hold'em, I'm out of here. And that's fine. There are a ton of hold'em streams out there. And as a matter of fact, we mostly stream hold'em here at the Texas Card House. But every once in a while, it's a good thing to have a little change of pace, maybe to learn a different game.
We have a $15 button straddle, action straddle.
And like I said, just kind of giving you the basics here of Big O. We do have another 2 more hands. So it'll be this hand, then the hand after this. And then once the button gets back to seat 1, then it's going to be back to PLO, 4-card high. There is a $15 button straddle from Commander Picks. He won last hand, so he's putting those chips to work by putting on the straddle. Gator with 2, 3, 4 in his hand. So he's hoping an ace comes out on the board because the 2, 3 will then be the nut low. And this is an interesting raise here from Commander Picks as he does have aces and he is suited. And it looks like everybody's making the call. So $260 in the pot. 4 ways we go. And there's a very good chance that we are going to have a low here as we already have 2 cards that are 8 or below. Yes, I realize there's 3 cards 8 or below, but the cards cannot be paired. So Gator flopping a full house. Deuces full of 4s, and he's going to lead right out here. Big Spoon does have clubs and does have a 4. Also has a straight draw. He might be sticking around here, and he does. So normally you don't want to chase your draws. You don't want to chase a flush draw or straight draw on a paired board, but that is especially the case in Omaha because they're normally going to have the full house. So Commander Picks, who straddled the hand and then raised his option, will get out of the way, and we are going 3 ways to a turn. So 9 coming on the turn. We still do not have a low, but there are possibilities. And Gator actually improves his full house. He goes from deuces full of 4s to deuces full of 9s. And he's going to bet pot, betting 460. So essentially he's placing a big bet here because he doesn't want a small card to come where he's going to have to chop the pot. Every hand Frank getting a little low on chips might call just because the pot is so big, but she would need a 3 for a straight or anything 8 or below for the low. So Gator put in a lot of pressure here. He knows right now there is no low. Yeah, so every hand Frank's just going to go with it. There's already $1,000 in the pot. Oh, they're gonna do 2 rivers here, so it might get really messy. It might get really messy if Fran might get 8th or quartered. Fran might get quartered here. She's looking for something an 8 or below. Okay, she has the ace-5 for the low. Ace-5 for the low there. And ace-5 for the low there. So it's going to be a chop pot all the way around as every hand Fran has the ace-5 for the low on both boards. And Gator has the 9-deuce for the full house. So you can see the 9-deuce of Gator being highlighted. And that's the full house for the high on both boards. And now you can see the ace-5 for Fran being highlighted, and that's for the low on both boards. So every hand Fran hitting the low on both boards. They did run it twice. Like I said, since everybody's getting 5 cards, there's only 4 cards if it gets dealt out normally. So it's very rare that they're able to run it twice. But in this situation with the river, they were able to run it twice. I think they could also run it twice on the turn. They just won't burn the second time. Is that right? 4 cards left over. It's going to be 2 extra cards. No, 2. Yeah. Yeah, 2 extra cards on top. 2 extra cards and then 2 burns. So, yeah, I think they can run it twice on the turn as well. So, one more hand of high-low, and then we will go back to PLO. Logan, kind of mind-blowing. It is. It is a lot. It is a lot to keep up with. But I will say the software that we did is doing a very good job of highlighting. It's doing a very good job of highlighting exactly what the high is, exactly what the low is, if it goes to showdown. So Nuno not in his seat, and I couldn't say for sure because of the high-low, but some of these players do not play high-low a lot. Some of them don't play high-low at all. And obviously, if you want to take a break there in the stream, this would be the portion to do it. All right, so big pot building here, over 100, exactly $150 in the pot. And we do have a possible low. We do not have the low yet. There's 2 cards, 8 and below. And it is a 10 high flop. Looks like Baby Spoon with a 10 in his hand. And it looks like he's going to bet it. What else does he have? He has to have something else working. Oh, he has a straight draw with the 6-9, and then it has a backdoor flush draw as well. So Gator with 2 pair and a straight draw and a flush draw, backdoor that is. Gator actually has 2 backdoor flush draws, which is why you want to be double suited. So normally in Omaha, you like to be double suited. You prefer to be double suited, but especially here with the 5 cards, you almost have to be double suited. And we're going to have a possible low. So the best low right now is ace-3, and we can see Big Spoon has the ace-3. So he has the best possible low right now. Ace-deuce is not the nuts because the deuce paired. So ace-3, Big Spoon has it in his hand, and Baby Spoon, picking up a flush draw, is making the call here with his top pair and straight draw. Gator picking up the nut flush draw, and he has an ace-6 low. So he also has a low right now. It's not the best possible low. The ace-3 is the best possible low, but if a 3 shows up, that changes. So 3 ways we go to a river, and it's going to come a king. So the ace-3, the best possible low, he's going to win half the pot. And then, let's see who has, is it Baby Spider with just the 10? Baby Spider has ace-10, and there's way too much money in the pot for him to fold. He just has ace-10, and it looks like that's good enough for the low. So, Big Spoon and Gator here getting a real good price. Baby Spoon does not want Gator to call here. But I think the ace-10 is the best hand for the high. Nobody has the king. The ace, there's no possible straight. There is 2 pairs. So Baby Spoon. Okay, so it's showing Gator wins the high, and the other players chop the low. Oh, I did not realize that Baby Spoon also had. There we go. And I looked for it forever, and I didn't see that Gator had 2 pairs. So yeah. So both spoons have the ace-3 for the low. So they're going to get quartered here. They're going to get quartered. So Gator has the high. He's going to win half the pot. And the 2 spoons, the big spoon and the baby spoon, they're going to split the other half of the pot. So they get quartered. This is actually very good for Gator and very bad for the spoons. So I do not know the answer to that question, Wesley. That is a good question. I do not know the answer because, as I said, this is the first time that we're streaming. This is the first time we're streaming the high-low. Now I do know in the other games, take for example like the stud games that they play, that they will reshuffle the burn cards. So I'm guessing that's the normal procedure, but as I said, this is our first time streaming it, so I don't want to give you a bad answer. Okay, so looks like we got a dealer change. Yeah, we do have a dealer change, and the dealer letting them know that we are getting ready to start PLO. Yeah, so somebody in the comments say that this game is worth moving to Texas for, but Wesley is correct. They do play the game. They do play the game in other places. I do know during the World Series of Poker, this is played, and as a matter of fact, they do have a big old tournament during the World Series of Poker. So this game is getting a lot more popular. And I don't know if it's a Big O or a Congress bracelet event, but I do know it is definitely part of the mix on at least a couple of their bracelet events. It's either maybe one of the mixed games that the players are able to choose from, or it's being played like we're playing it right now, where it is a mixed. As a matter of fact, I'm like 99% sure that this setup we're doing right now, where it is a round of PLO and a round of Big O, that this is actually a new bracelet event that got introduced at the World Series of Poker a couple of years ago.
So 10 o'clock.
All right, back to the 4 cards. So it's actually kind of funny because whenever you see a round of each table and you're playing the round of each table, that when you go back to Hold'em after playing PLO, it seems boring. And now to at least these players, it might seem the same way, that we're going from 5 cards back to 4 cards. So it looks like Baby Spoon raising it up here. He is double suited. Double suited, triple connected. The 10 working with the 6 working with the 3 working with the deuce. And it's going to come all spades. Nobody with 1 spade in their hand. Wow. 12 cards available but nobody with at least only one spade in their hand. All right, the board is pairing, and the pocket eights are somehow in front here. This is crazy that the pocket eights are in front, and Baby Spoon senses some weakness here, so he is going to bet his position, and he's going to take it down. So Baby Spoon, who normally goes by Baby Spider, saw on Wednesday that somebody was using the name Big Spoon, so he's like, you know what? I want to be Baby Spoon. So it looks like Nuno's going to be adding on. And there we go. It's actually run the last 2 years at the World Series of Poker. They have a $1,500 event that has run the last 2 years, and the first 10K Big O Championship was this year. So this game is catching on in popularity. And what better way to learn the game for free? Like I said, we're just giving you a crash course, just the basics. All right, Baby Spoon double suited, triple connected. The 7 working with the 5 working with the 3, and the 7 and 3 working together. Every hand Fran coming in with the Ace Jack. So Nuno added on to the stack. $60 bet. 2 pair for Baby Spoon. So back-to-back pots for Baby Spoon. We can see El Gallo, currently the biggest winner, up almost 1,000. And Nuno is at the bottom end, and he is the big blind right now. So Baby Spoon putting on the $10 live straddle under the gun. So somebody's card's not scanning, they will get them scanned, and we will see what Commander Picks has. He has jacks with 8-6, no suits. I am not a Omaha expert, but I do not think that is a good call. The Jack 8-6, no suits under the gun. First to act, since there was a straddle. And it's going to come ace high with 2 spades. Nuno with a gut shot, needing one of those jacks. Does anybody have spades? Baby Spoon has 5 high spades. He actually has a straight flush draw with the 4 of spades. El Gallo turning turning an ace for trips. So, and we got a little lag here. Yeah. So I know our internet is being pretty much maxed out right now with the Netflix Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight going on right now. So We are connected to the Ethernet, but the router working overtime right now here at the Texas Card House as everybody is also tuning into the Netflix Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight going on in North Texas, but we are in South Texas. So that is the reason why you see this little lag here. Looks like it got corrected. And we are playing 8-handed, and the reason why we're playing 8-handed is because of the Big O. So action is going to be on Commander Picks. Has jacks again, but this time he does have one suit. He does have two pairs. And it's also only $5 to call this time. Last time there was a straddle. Oh, Nuno raising it up here with the Ace King Jack 4. Does have the clubs cover. It looks like Baby Spoon is coming along. Also has Ace King suited and has the 3 deuce. 3 deuce would be very nice if we were playing high-low, but this is only high. And it looks like everybody's going to make the call. I always find it funny where people say, oh, this isn't no limit, so the pots aren't going to get big. Oh, this is pot limit, and the pots get really big.
Hey, it's close, bro. Now you're guys still winning the point.
So flop coming queen high. Big Spoon with the pocket queens has the best hand possible right now. No flush draws on the board. Jack 10 is an open ender, and nobody with a Jack 10. So Big Spoon with a pretty good hand right here, but it is Gator. Gator with the wrap. Gator needs a jack, but we can see there's only one jack left. And Big Spoon with the best hand right now. Gonna be raising Gator. Is that just a 70?
Keep going in and out. It's been like that for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, so from what I understand, everybody, just not us, but everybody having issues with their Netflix right now. And of course, the reason why is everybody trying to stream into the, everybody trying to watch the fight. The 8 coming, it is a spade. So Baby Spoon with a flush draw.
Hey, they're doing it right now.
It's all the Netflix stream. Netflix can't handle it.
Yeah, so if you're having issues with your Netflix, well, you can watch this Big O stream with us. We're playing Omaha right now. We're going to go back to Big O, but like I said, we're just trying to give everybody the basic information on the Big O. Wesley's saying no lag on his end, so. And we're not playing Big O right now, but it is part of the mix. So, Baby Spoon picking up the flush draw, making the call. Gator now open-ended with his 10-7, and he has the queen as well. Oh, he has a flush draw as well. Big Spoon is all in, and Big Spoon is going to win. 6-7 is a straight, but nobody has 6-7. So Big Spoon with the win over $1,000 pot, $1,100 pot.
Oh, I can send you the link. Let me get it. I'll send it to you.
All right.
Yeah, so it looked like Gator had a straight, but didn't have a jack, so dealer just confirming it. So we have actually had a heavyweight boxer play on the stream. and that has fought for the heavyweight championship not once but twice. So Eric Drummerboy Molina, who is from this area, works at the local Parks and Recs here in the city of Edinburg, but he used to be a heavyweight fighter, and he did fight not once but twice for the heavyweight title, fighting the first time against Dante Wilder in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and that was a really good fight. As a matter of fact, he rocked Wilder a couple of times and wasn't able to get the win, but he did challenge so well that he got to fight Anthony Joshua in England. So he fought for the heavyweight title a second time, the second time in Manchester, England. So he's actually played on the stream here before, Eric Drummerboy Molina. I do know way back in the day there was this poker player by the name of Eric Molina. It's not that guy. It is Eric Drummerboy Molina, heavyweight contender. So nobody with an 8. Gator with a king has the best hand right now, and we'll put out a small bet to get the win. Yeah, so somebody on the stream asking about the Big O, and once the button gets back to seat 1, then that's when we will get back to the Big O. El Gallo still leading the way. Won the most thus far. But it's going to change. Guaranteed to change. So there is a list. There was actually a really good list for this game, as this is, as I said, our first time playing high-low as part of the rotation. I do realize, or I believe the thumbnail said round of each, which is correct, but the 2 games that were listed was No Limit Hold'em and Pot-Limit Omaha, but that is not the case. It is Pot-Limit Omaha, that is true, and that's what we're playing right now. But the other game that is in the mix, the round of each, is a 5-card high-low, Big O, PLO, Big O Congress. Baby Spoon raising it up here. Does have the ace suited and has pocket jacks, but more importantly, he has position. He did straddle $15 on the button, and now he is going to be building a pot in position. So Baby Spoon making the raise. Big Spoon with the pocket kings has hearts as well, but we can see those hearts are no good. Oh, nice fold for the kings. Every hand friend double suited. Triple connected. The ace working with the deuce, the ace working with the jack, and the jack working with the 7. And it's going to come diamonds. So huge flop for every hand friend, but she's going to check. And Baby Spoon, who has the same hand as every hand friend, currently playing ace jack right now. Gator making the call here. It shows he has 42%. And I'm guessing it's because there's still some queens left in the deck. Doesn't have backdoor clubs, so I don't know why he has 42%. Oh, Fran with 47%. So Fran does have the best hand, even though she has the same hand as the spoon right now, baby spoon. So the player with the worst hand putting out a big bet here, a $500 bet, the baby spoon. So I know Gator had a gut shot straight draw, needed a 5, only has the queen.
Phone number. Your phone number?
578.
578.
So Gator thinking about it.
What? 19. Oh, I have.
It's still showing he has 38%, which I can't figure that out. How much is, yeah, every hand Fran just only with $80 left, so obviously she's making the call. And right now, the spoon is getting free roll. Baby spoon getting free roll to diamond for Fran, and she will win. It's going to be an ace. So they have the same hand. They have ace jack. They each have ace jack, and that is what they're playing. So every hand Fran very excited about the chop.
Yeah. Pop, look here, do this.
So we do have a lot of action in the chat. Some people tuning in and saying, "Why is there 5 cards?" So some people
Yes.
not knowing about the big O. And as I said at the very beginning, some people are going to hate it, some people are going to love it. And let us know in the chat if you like the high-low. We know that you like it, Wesley. But let us know in the chat if you like the 5 cards, or if you don't like the 5 cards, or if you have no idea what's going on.
No, but he's saying no to the next one. Ray likes PLO.
No, pregúntale.
You like high-low now? You see? Oh,
Hell yeah, motherfucker.
Hey, one more time. Hey. Afuera.
Sorry, my friend.
What's that?
So we are playing 8-handed. So 2 more hands for 4 cards. This hand and the next hand, and then once the button, you can see the dealer button right now in seat 7. So once it gets to seat 1, then we will go back to PLO. Go back to Big O.
Torpedo 3 folds, Morero 4 folds.
So Nuno, Nuno just making the call. Looked like he reached to grab for some chips and they stuck together. So right as he was dropping the chips, he said call. So that is just the call, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna make the $25 call.
3.5.
So jack high flop coming, Gator with a jack. Open-ended straight draw for Baby Spoon, but Gator's going to be hitting trips. Gator betting 100, nobody can call, or nobody should call. Baby Spoon knows that the board is paired, so he's going to be done with this hand because he can very easily be up against a full house. Gator showing the jack. Miguel. So one more hand of PLO.
It's tight, but I think your guy, I think he's still up on points.
And then next hand, not this hand, but next hand, we'll go
Give him a
5 cards.
I think your guys
That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
really close.
So action's going to be under the gun, and that is Trucker. He's a former truck driver, no longer drive trucks, but still has the Trucker nickname. Papa was a trucker. What's that Garth Brooks song?
Where's the bowl? These bowls.
So raised an ounce coming from Commander Picks. Nuno with a nice hand. Nuno was actually the one raising it here. Ace, Queen, Jack 7. As I said, if you can be double suited in Omaha, that's good. And Big Spoon with the aces, he is suited, but not the ace high flush draw. He has hearts, but not the ace high, so he just makes it go on. You can see those hearts are no good as Nuno has the ace high flush draw. And it's going to come king high, 2 clubs. Huge flop for Commander's Picks. Commander's flopping the nuts with the redraw to the nuts. Queen Jack's the nuts, right? Yeah. He's only calling here. But Gator, who has the best equity right now with the nut flush draw, is going to be raising it. So Queen makes a higher straight for Gator. There's no backdoor hearts. So Queen Jack. All right, Commander Picks might be putting on the back race here. Queen Jack's a straight. Yeah, Queen Jack is a straight. I'm not sure why he's just 17%, to be honest with you. But it is a lot of cards to keep up with. Gator does have the nut flush draw. I'm guessing that there is a lot of clubs left in the deck. Gator also has a bigger straight draw. There it is, yeah. These are the hands that you want to get it all in with when you are free rolling somebody. Oh, Nuno's going with it. Nuno's going with it as well. Oh, wait, Nuno has the Queen Jack as well. So Nuno's getting free rolled here. Doesn't have any backdoor flush draw, so Nuno's in very bad shape. He can't hit a jack for a higher straight. There's only one jack left, I believe. So here we go. Check out how big this pot is. $2,480. As I said, this is when you want to get all the money in, and Commander Picks going all in because he is free rolling somebody. Any club comes, both him and Nuno have the same straight, but he's the only one free rolling. Well, actually, Nuno's free rolling too, but Jack comes, he'll have a higher straight. And then we have Gator. Gator, who has the nut flush draw.
That one was about a minute ahead. Now they're right. No more action, guys.
All right, I think we're just going once. There's the 3. Oh, and the club for Gator. So huge win for Gator. As a matter of fact, I think Wesley was calling for the club. Clubs from Gator. Oh, 9 of clubs for Max Payne. Yeah, it would have been a straight flush for Commander Picks, but. So the saying in Omaha, the saying in Hold'em is there's no right way to play pocket jacks. The saying in Omaha is you never want to flop the nuts. And this is why. because there's so many cards that you have to avoid on the turn and so many cards you have to avoid on the river. And we see that Gator hits the river there for the ace-high flush. Almost a $2,500 pot for Gator there. He's on the gas. All right, so we are going back to high-low. Big O, Congress. And I do realize that not a lot of people play Big O. Not a lot of people stream Big O, but we're streaming Big O tonight. It's part of the lineup. It's part of the row lineup, the round of each. And as we talked about earlier, this is now a bracelet event at the World Series of Poker. They have a $10,000 event. They also have a $1,500 event. So there's a lot less people that will enter this $1,500 event compared to a $1,500 Hold'em event. So just basic math. The chances of you winning a bracelet in Big O is going to be better. Just basic math. Less people to beat. So back to the 5 cards. So making sure that Baby Spoon's cards getting read because he wasn't at his seat. Gator, who just won last hand, has aces. He also has the 3 to go with it. Looks like he has the best low draw right now, and he has the best high draw with the aces. So Gator just scooping the last pot. Huge hand for him right now, but that changes right on the flop. He still has the nut low. The ace deuce is the nut low, but you can see El Gallo flopping the nut flush. And Nuno here is the one leading the way. He is betting. He does have a low draw, but it is not the best low draw. The ace 3 of Gator right now is the best low draw, and Gator's going to make the call here. He has backdoor flushes available. Down in the front, down in the front.
He was a champion, but it was a draw.
So El Gallo flopping the nuts with a redraw to the nuts. He should have probably checked raise here, to be honest with you. The 9-7 is the nuts, and he has the ace-high flush draw. So Gator no longer with the nut flush. It is now the 4 deuce. It is now the 4 deuce of Nuno. And Nuno's going all in. The nuts right now is 2-3 for the low, but we can see he has 2-4. So he has the second nut low. Now keep in mind, if a 4 or a deuce show up, then he no longer has the nut low. We're talking about low here. El Gallo's still with the best hand. He flopped the nut. He flopped the nut high. He flopped the best possible hand with the 9-7. Thought he should have checked raise, but he does make the call. And we got ourselves another $2,400 pot, just like that. So there is a side pot that they will work out. But right now, Nuno has the best low with the 4 deuce. And El Gallo has the best high with the 9-7. And Gator is wanting the board to pair. Gator wants the board to pair here so he can make a full house. Gator's going for the high. There's an ace on the board. There's a 5 on the board. So he does not have a low draw right now, as his ace is paired and his 5 is paired. Yeah, you are correct. El Gallo flopped it. I thought he would have checked raised on the flop because he has a straight flush draw. Kind of like the hand we saw before where Commander's Picks flopped the nuts and had a redraw with the clubs, but it turns out the Gator called with better clubs. So another huge. So Nuno is all in, and there is a side pot as El Gallo still has $400 left behind, and Gator has him covered. So there is there's still more action, more possible action to come on the river here. All right, so Gator, who just won the last hand, they're going to chop up his money. So 9-7 for Gallo. That's going to be good for the high. Oh, Gator does have an emergency low, I think, with the 3. Yeah, so they do chop. Showing Gator has the ace-3 for the low. And Nuno's winning half the pot. El Gallo's winning the other half. El Gallo and Gator chopped the side pot, and El Gallo and Nuno chopping the main pot. So Nuno actually verifying with the dealer if he does have the nut low, and that is the case. So you can see it shows that Gator wins the low. That was for the side pot. And El Gallo wins the high. That was for both pots. And then Nuno wins the low in the main pot.
Yo traje 500 más.
So players are adding on because they're seeing how juicy these pots are getting. So this is our first time streaming high-low. And we do have a long waiting list.
Really? I think I am. I really am. It's not a bad full day. It's all right. Because you can get quarter at this shit.
If you like roller coasters, then you will love Big O. Because there's a lot of ups, there's a lot of downs. The worst is when you have the nut low and one of your cards pairs and you get counterfeited. So bad. So Nuno, who just chopped the last hand with the low, is going to be coming in here. Commander Picks with the ace deuce going to be raising it. Does have a suited ace. So you have the whole conundrum. Is the glass half empty or is the glass half full? Kind of the same thing here. So many cards, so many possibilities, so many ways to win a hand. There's also so many ways to lose a hand. So nobody with the Jack-9, but we do have a spade draw for Commander Picks as he has top pair, actually top 2 pair with the nut flush draw. We do have a possible low draw. It has not arrived yet, but if another card shows up that is 8 or below, excuse me, it's going to be 6 or below. So if another card shows up 6 or below, then we will have a low. But right now, just the high. Every hand Fran making the call here with a backdoor clubs and a straight draw. Oh, the board pairing. And a small bet here from Commander Picks. Every hand friend still has the low draw, but we can see it is no good. If a deuce comes, it'll be good. But the board did pair, so Fran knew her straight draw might not be good, and she makes the fold. Gator, your big winner thus far. He's up over 1,000. Both him and El Gallo up 1,200. So we are playing a round of each, and the two games are variations of Omaha. One of them is the normal Omaha that most people are used to, the PLO, Pot-Limit Omaha, 4-card high. And then we have the crazy game. We have Big O. And I always like to say, if you add the letter N to Big O, you have bingo. And a lot of times, it feels like you're playing bingo.
No, Serrano's a favorite. Serrano's a favorite. We'll confirm that.
So Baby Spoon with the ace deuce, it's the best possible low right now.
Right, this side, she was the favorite. This side, the left. I could be wrong. Pretty sure.
El Gallo just makes, or checks his option, excuse me. Two clubs coming on the flop, and El Gallo is going to lead here with his nut flush draw. So we do need a card 8 or below for the low to still be in play. We do need a card 8 or below that does not pair the board for the low to still be in play. And that is a pretty big card for El Gallo, as he has what's known as nut. He has the nut flush draw, the nut high, and he has the nut low with the ace deuce. Well, he has a nut low draw. He doesn't have nut yet. He would need a card, an 8 or below, to have nut that doesn't pair the board. Open-ended straight draw for every hand Fran. She also has the ace 3 in her hand. But I don't think she's going to call 180 with the flush draw on board. She knows her straight draw is probably not good, and she makes the disciplined fold. Oh, we have a under the gun straddle. Commander Picks put in the under the gun straddle on. Looks like Gator taking a little break. As I said, some of these players are not very experienced in the Big O, but they wanted to play on the stream. And to be honest with you, it's kind of a new game. There's not a lot of material out there for you to study, for you to read. There's no GTO softwares for this game, which I think is one of the reasons why a lot of people like it, because there's not a lot of information. There's not a lot of information out there on starting hands and stuff like that. So the best starting hand in Omaha is aces and kings double suited. Best starting hand in Omaha high-low, the 4-card variety, is aces, twos, a 2 and a 3, double suited. The best starting hand in this game, I don't think anybody has figured it out yet. So it is ace, ace, 2, 3. Those cards for sure are correct. Ace, ace, 2, 3, double suited. The 5th card, some people say that you want to have a 5 in your hand because you need a 5 or a 10 to make a straight. Some people say you want the king in your hand. Some people say the 10 in your hand. Once again, getting back to the straight deal. But nobody has been able to figure out what the best starting hand in this game is, just because there's so many different possibilities. All right, all hearts, and we can see Baby Spoon flopping a flush, but it's only a 4-high flush. Trucker with the ace of hearts has the blocker. So there was a raise pre-flop, and it looks like the jack of clubs, there it is, it's replaced. I was going to say it looks like it picked something up wrong, but the production crew doing a good job correcting it right away. So still a possible low. It does have to go runner for the low, as there is one card on the board that is 8 or below. El Gallo with the aces does not have the ace of hearts, though. He's probably going to check it, and does. So will there be a low? No, there's going to be no low possible. It's just high only. And Baby Spoon might put out a baby bet here with his baby flush. And that looks like that's what he's going to do. He wants everybody to fold. And Trucker might get tricky here and represent the nut flush. He doesn't have a flush, and he cannot make a flush, because you have to play 2 cards. So if another heart shows up on the board, he would not have a flush with the ace of hearts. He would need 2 cards. The only issue or problem is he does have a player left to act behind him. So he is thinking about representing the nut flush with the naked ace. There is no low possible now, so that really shrinks up his ace deuce, his ace 3. If there was a possible low here, I could see him representing the ace high flush, but since there's no possible low, I think he's going to wind up folding. El Gallo, with his arms crossed, patiently waited. So former trucker, a player who used to be a truck driver, but goes by trucker. And as I said, since he has no low draw, if the 9 was an 8, then he would have a uncounterfeitable low. So if it was an 8, if an ace came on the river, the 2-3 would be the nuts, and he had it. If a deuce came on the river, he has an ace 3, so he would have the nuts. And if 3 came on the river, he had the ace deuce. So his low was uncounterfeitable, but the 9 was higher than an 8. So no low possible. And Baby Spoon will take down the pot. So we are still playing Big O, 5-card high-low. Once the button gets back to seat 1, we will be back to Omaha. And since we are playing the 5-card game, then it is 8 max. 8 players max. That is why we do not have anybody in the 5 seat tonight. Don't have anybody in the 5 seat tonight. So players with a little more room.
200% the nuts, but I don't know if he was going to call or not. Nowhere near. I was 200% a flush. I was trying to go in, but
So it looks like Gator's back.
ready?
And he's just going to call blind.
I didn't have anything.
Gator don't care.
I have it.
El Gallo
Almost pulled the trigger.
going to be raising it up. So he should have ace deuce, and he does. But his ace is suited. All right.
If you would have called out.
And he was in the cutoff. So I do like this race from El Gallo. Having the ace deuce, which is the best possible low, and then has a suited ace. And it's going to come 6 high, 2 spades. So 4-5 making a straight. Nobody with the 4-5. And Commander picks with the ace high flush draw. So we do have a low. We do have 3 cards that are 8 and below. So this will be a split pot if we get to the river. The ace deuce right now is the low. But if an ace or a deuce comes on the turn, then that's going to counterfeit his card. So the ace deuce is the nut low right now. Gator with the second nut flush draw. Gator does not want to see a spade because Commander picks has the ace of spades. All right, the board pairing, and that's going to give Big Spoon trips. So he has the best high. The ace deuce is still the nut low. El Gallo being a little cautious here, and the reason why is he can very easily be quartered here. So somebody else can also have the ace deuce, and they're going to get quartered. So he doesn't want to raise here and build a big pot if he's going to wind up getting quartered. All right, board double pairing. So the flush gets there. So Gator has the high. No, Big Spoon had pocket sixes. I didn't even see this. So Big Spoon turned a full house. The ace deuce still the nuts. And El Gallo going to call. Let's see if Gator's able to get away here on this paired board. He does have the flush. It's only a king high flush. And now that El Gallo called, I'm thinking Gator will also, or fold, excuse me. If El Gallo would have folded, Gator might have called. But it is a paired board, and also it is not, it's a double paired board. So this should be a pretty easy fold for Gator. He did hit a flush, but it's very easy for one of these other 2 players to have a full house, and we can see that player is the Big Spoon. And Gator finally does make the fold, and it's going to be a chop pot. So the 7-6 for the high, the ace deuce for the low. There's the ace deuce being highlighted.
I was hoping you were going to have each fucking barrels.
So it looks like somebody's going to be adding on, and that's going to be every hand Fran. So we are still in the high-low portion. 5-card PLO high-low. As I said, it is either known as Big O or it is also known as Congress.
And he said the other, I got Taylor.
So I do understand that a lot of people watching Netflix right now, and a lot of the streams are getting lagged. But our stream here, no lagging. Just have 5 cards to deal with. A lot of different possibilities. Big Spoon winning the last hand. He makes the call. Every hand Fran just added on. She also makes the call, making sure that Trucker's hands get in scan. That way the statistics that pop up on the screen are accurate. It does take into account which cards have been folded when it calculates the outs. So that's why his hand needed to get scanned even though he was not in the seat. So we are going 5 ways to a flop, a quarter in the middle, and it's going to be king, queen, queen. It is Big Spoon with a queen. And 2 players, every hand Fran with a king, and Commander picks with a king. Real small bet here from Big Spoon, and Fran is going to make the call. By the way, there's going to be no possible low. If you haven't figured that out yet, no possible low, because there's not one card on the flop that is 8 or below. So this is only going to be a high hand. This one will not be a chop pot, as we do see a 4 on the turn. That gives every hand Fran a full house. Every hand Fran with the case 4, the last 4 available. She has pocket 4s in her hand. El Gallo having a 4 in his hand. And the last 4, the 4 of spades on the board. Every hand Fran going to be making this call. Getting a really good price. It is not the nut full house, and that is why she's only calling. El Gallo is probably going to be done with this hand. But he is getting a really good price, but he does make the fold. So every hand Fran in the lead right now. Big Spoon looking for a deuce, a 3, or a 9, and he will not get it. So every hand Fran with the full house. And she's going to check her baby boat. Baby boat alert. So 4's full of queens. So every hand Fran plays a lot of poker. That's how she got her name. So 2 more hands of the 5-card variety, this hand and the next hand, and then we will go back to 4 cards. We are playing row tonight, a round of each, a round of high, a round of high-low. And best of all, no lagging. Big Spoon up, $420 thus far. $15 straddle, and everybody just calling the 15. Nobody with ace deuce, so Big Spoon's ace 3 is the best low draw right now. And it's going to come ace high with 2 hearts. Does anybody have 25? Yeah, Nuno has the 2-5. Gator needed a 2 for a straight.
No pasa nada. ¿Verdad? Y si pasa, pues ni pedo. No pasa nada.
So they are at the final table of our Friday free roll frenzy. Began at 6 o'clock, and we are now 9:43 Texas time. So $2,000 payout for a free roll. First place tonight, walking away with $800. Every hand friend with hearts. Nuno gonna say pot. He's not gonna be able to bet all that, I don't think. 90 times 3 is 270. Is that how much is in the pot? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so Nuno with the best hand right now. He also has the nut low draw. Commander picks also with the 5 deuce. Oh, Gator calling here with 2 pair and a gut shot. Excuse me, Gator needed an ace or a 4 for a full house. Needs a deuce for the same straight, as he will be playing 4-5 if a deuce comes. So if a deuce comes, we're going to see a player get thirded, as 1 player will win the high and 3 players will win the low. No, that's 8th, right? Because it's a quarter of a quarter. So 2 players with the nuts right now. The nut low as well. The 5 deuce is the nut low. And Gator drawn to a full house. Nobody has hearts. So Gator needed an ace or a 4 for the high.
Don't give me no freaking red. Give it to me. Ship it right now.
How can Netflix not know that we're gonna have issues?
So the 5 deuce, that's going to win both the high and the low. So both Nuno and Commander picks will chop up Gator's money, as Gator did not hit a full house, as yeah, they both have the 5 deuce, so it's going to be a chop pot between both of them. They're both playing the 5 deuce. The 5 deuce makes a straight 6 high. The 5 deuce makes the 5 high straight, which is the nut. So it's a chop pot. Yeah, they both have the straight to the 6. So since the board pair, they're just making sure that nobody got counterfeited, as Nuno did have a 6 in his hand. But they're both playing the 5 deuce for the straight, for the high. So they're both playing the 5 deuce. It'll be a chop between both players. So there was a side pot between Gator. There was a side pot between Gator and Commander Picks, and that's what they were figuring out. They were figuring out that if it was going to be a chop on the side pot, but it was actually a scoop. So Gator getting scooped in the main pot and getting scooped in the side pot. The board did pair, but he needed an ace or a 3, and he's going to walk it off.
You didn't have any other smoker? I'm assuming they have 2 hearts. But it's the game, you know. Right. You can't. Right. I saw that and I'm like, you go get for 1,000. What am I supposed to do?
So one more hand for the Big O, and then we will go back to Omaha. So we started streaming at 7:35. These players started playing at 7:20. You add the 15-minute delay. So we do a 4-hour stream, which should take us to 7 plus 4, carry the 1, 11:35. That's Texas time, Central time. So it looks like Gator is loading up. Looks like he has 10 black chips and then 2 stacks of green.
What do I know?
So Gator added on 2,000 to his stack. And yep, his stack going up to $3,250. He's actually down $105 after he got scooped last hand. And no, they're not drinking moonshine, they're drinking tequila. There is a full-service bar here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, and a lot of action going on the main floor, as there was, I believe, 3 or 4 tables earlier for the free roll. Then there was another 2 or 3 tables for the normal 1-3 hold'em, the normal 1-3 hold'em cash game, and then of course we have the stream game here, and the list to get on the stream is pretty long. Normally there's a couple of names on any stream, and I believe there's about 6 or 7 names on the list, on the waiting list. Yeah, there are 6. There's 6 players trying to get on. There's 6 players hoping that one of these players goes all in and does not rebuy if they lose. The stream is scheduled to run 4 hours. After the 4 hours, a lot of times on a Friday night, these players will choose to continue to play. All right, we do have a low, 3 cards, 8 and below. The best hand, the best low right now is 2-3. It looks like Commander Picks has 4-3. So Commander Picks with the best low hand right now, and he is gonna bet it. He does have the 10. He has a pair of 10s, and he has a 4-3 low. Every hand, Fran.
Hey, you're gonna send me that link. My daughter's expecting.
No pair.
Is it the same link all the time? Oh, okay.
So Commander Picks gonna bet his second nut low draw and check it down.
You love it?
Oh, so I knew one player told me before the stream. One player told me before the stream, seat 1 Big Spoon, that he had never played high-low, and I believe seat 5 Nuno wasn't very experienced in high-low. I think he had played high-low before, but just wasn't very experienced. And after he won a couple of pots with the low, yeah, so we're going back to PLO. The hand isn't, the button's in seat 1. So 4 cards. But I mentioned this earlier. This is a very easy way to learn a new poker game. So this is just high, PLO. And we are going 3 ways to the flop. Excuse me, we're going heads up. Oh, we're going 3 ways. There's 15 in the pot. Oh, I think a Trucker's not in his seat. Yeah, Trucker's not in his seat, but he does get posted. Oh, Gator flopping trips. It's showing every hand Fran's drawn dead that the 2 other 4s have been folded. Gator's going to play it slow, and the Gator hits a full house now. And it looks like he's just going to go check down, as there was only both of them in the pot. And Gator showing his full house. So only a $15 pot there, as the big blind was not in their seat. These players are notified beforehand that they do get blinded out. And that is, so essentially the software is set up where if a player is not in their seat, they still have to get dealt in, just like a tournament. Normal cash game table here at the Texas Card House, you do get a missed blind button, which is pretty much standard procedure at any cash game. Oh, do we have a straddle, double straddle? Yep. So back to the 4 cards, but to make it exciting, we have a double straddle here. So Nuno put it on the 15 under the gun, and Baby Spoon double straddle into 30. So action's going to be on Commander Picks, and he's not at his seat. Is he at his seat? I don't see his hands. What do I do with my hands? So, no, he is not in his seat. I think Commander Picks prefers to play the 5 cards, so he's taking his little break right now. Oh, Gator going to be making the call of 30. King, Queen, 9-8. No suits for Gator.
That's fine. You wanna let that fine? Yeah, fine.
El Gallo with the 9s does have some suited cards.
Did you wear them because they wear them? Oh shit, I forgot about getting that too. What? Is everybody wearing sunglasses? Yeah. So is Mike?
Five players.
Dude, so give me a straight flush one time. Oh, dude, baby. 4 checks. How much you have?
6 checks.
How much you have?
So once again, this is just high, 4 cards. Oh, big spot, a big bet coming from Baby Spoon here. Does have an open-ended straight draw with bottom 2 pair. So the Jack 9 making an open-ended straight draw, the 8-2 making bottom 2 pair. Normally, probably shouldn't be betting just bottom 2 pair in Omaha, but he does have the open-ended straight draw to go with it. So he leads out here, and he gets a call from Gator, who has a straight draw as well, needs a king, jack, or 10. And it's going to be a 4, so he's going to pick up more outs with the 4. And Baby Spoon will get the win. So El Gallo up over 1,000.
All right, that's okay, Tim.
And Nuno down over 1,000. Baby Spoon straddling last hand. Let's see if he straddles this hand. A bit late on the straddle. So it looks like it is okay. A lot of times on the stream, the dealers do prefer that you straddle before the first card is dealt. And the reason why is because the production crew that's keeping track, of all the action, it's an extra step that they need to do. And Baby Spoon raising his straddle here. King, Queen, Jack 4 does have spades. Gator with the 9-7-5-5 does have hearts. I think this is going to bring everybody in. Every hand Fran has spades, ace, jack, 8, deuce. El Gallo letting his hand go. Nuno making the call. Has a pair of 6s with spades. His spades are no good, as both Baby Spoon and Every Hand Fran have better spades. And it's going to come queen high. So Baby Spoon flopping top pair. And he's actually flops top and bottom pair. He has queen 4. So he's going to continue on here. I'm actually a little surprised he raised this hand just because he was out of position. But it looks like it's going to work out. And does. Let us know in the YouTube chat if you do like the round of each featuring PLO and Big O. So 4-card high and 5-card high-low. This is our first time featuring Big O, also known as Congress. First time featuring it on the stream, so let us know what you think, as we are always trying to find ways to improve the stream. And as always, if you like what you're seeing, make sure you let us know by smashing that like button. Commander picks, not in his seat. They will scan his cards, and they will go into the muck. Gator, looking at his cards, and he has a suited ace. No, that was Commander's picks with the suited ace. Gator with the rundown hand, the 5, 7, 8, 9, has those middle cards. Actually, a very bad hand to play in Big O with the 5 cards, because the cards are in the middle. You want high cards or you want low cards. But keep in mind, this is just 4-card high, so Gator does make the call with the rundown hand. And I think they're just making change. Yeah, they're just making change. 4 ways to a flop we go. Ace, 9, 6, 2 spades. Nobody with spades. And Gator flopping an open-ended straight draw. No, actually he has a wrap. So the 7-8 makes him open-ended, but when you add the 5, it gives him more outs because he can hit an 8 to make a straight with the 5-7. So he does have a wrap, but he's going to check, and he is going to hit the straight with the 7-8. It is the nut straight. Nuno picking up diamonds here. Big Spoon making the call. He needs an 8 for a straight. Did Nuno fold? So Baby Spoon accidentally exposing his cards and the table giving him a hard time. So Queen Jack is the nuts. Think it's gonna go check, check, or maybe, is there only $60 in the pot? Yeah, there's, okay. Either way, Gator's gonna win with a straight.
What's the max straddle? 25? Yep. Can I? Half your stack. I can't tell you how many times I'm going to shoot on medium put?
Yeah, we can do 25. I'm going to take it all better. You want 25? Anybody have good jump? So 15
Este güey no cuenta, güey. No cuenta.
Hey, es un cero a la izquierda.
It doesn't face like we're supposed to be scared.
Es un cero a la izquierda.
No, no le des shots, güey.
All right, so it looks like we have a straddle on the button. Oh, got a little lag. A little lag here. I know we actually had a lag on Wednesday where one of the cameras froze,
I got my card.
but we were still able to keep track of all the action.
Yeah, for real, dog. Look.
There we go. Like I said, our internet right now is at max capacity, as there is a lot of people here to watch the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. So our internet being streamed to the max.
Hey, that's me all day.
Nobody with an ace. El Gallo betting his gut shot. Needs a 5 for a straight. Also has backdoor hards. Nuno not going to let his hand go just yet. He actually has the best hand right now. And it might just be that camera that's frozen. Yeah, I think maybe just the overhead camera's frozen. So the good news is it can get corrected. The bad news is it'll take 15 minutes to do because of the 15-minute delay. So let us watch one more hand, and if that overhead camera is still frozen, I will let the production crew know. Let's see, once the hand gets reset.
I saw that.
A hand is reset, yeah. So I will let the production crew know. And as I said, it'll take 15 minutes to correct.
Is he all right? Because that's what he went. Then they put on their trunk. Why? What the hell's going on? Something's not right. Hey, the LGBTQ community. What is it? What the hell's going on over there? He's collecting a bigger check naked.
So the setup here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, the stream table is one location. The production crew is in another location, and I'm in a separate location. So all three entities, different location, but the same building. So we're in the same building, but different locations. So I have let the production crew know that it does seem like the overhead camera is frozen. And yeah, it is still frozen, but that's just the overhead camera. Everything else is going to be working with the flop and the action tracker. So we'll be able to pretty much see all the action with the exception of the board, but that is why the action tracker is in effect here, as we do see the King 9-3 flop, 2 spades. Nobody with spades. And the 9 is the best hand right now. 9-5. Nuno with the 9-5. Let's see if he bets. Yeah, he's going to bet his 9-5. Nobody with the king here, so I don't think anybody. Nobody with the king, nobody with spades. I don't think anybody can call. So yes, we do know the overhead camera is frozen, but it is just the overhead camera. All the other cameras are working. The action tracker is working, so we'll be able to keep track of everything. So cards are being dealt out right now, and once action is on a player, then we will see the camera's working. But I do have audio for the room, and we do have visual for the players. Just the overhead camera is frozen.
Folders.
Nine checks.
So heads up to the stream we go. Heads up to the flop we go, excuse me. Oh, Gator flopping trips and Big Spoon flopping a flush draw. Small bet from Gator might get a call and does. Oh, full house for Gator and a flush for Big Spoon. Gator gonna check his full house. And Big Spoon's gonna bet $10. Wonder if Gator checks. Oh, quads. Quads for Gator. And he's gonna check, but I think Big Spoon's gonna check back. No, Big Spoon puts out a bet. And Gator saying pot. So Gator has nut. He has the ace. And then he has the pocket kings for the nut full house. So if anybody has an ace, they have quads, he has an ace. And the second best hand is pocket kings, and he also has pocket kings. Oh. Oh, here comes the slow roll.
Put on that player. Ace, 10, king. Pretty good hand. That's a pretty good hand, dog.
Esa mano debe que ser highlighted.
Put on the clips.
And yes, they are working on the overhead camera, but everything else is correct. Everything else is correct. Once the cards get dealt out, they will get scanned. And anytime the action is on a player, the other cameras, so there are 5 cameras in this room. One of the cameras, the overhead camera, is frozen. But
Thank you, sir.
it will get corrected. There we go. So I think this is the last hand for PLO because it is showing truckers under the gun, which means that Big Spoon is the small blind. So next hand, the button will be in seat 1. So heads up to the flop we go. Ace 10, 9, 7, 2 suits for Baby Spoon. And he's going to flop a flush draw while Nuno flops top set. So big hand brewing here. So full house for Nuno, and he's going to check. Oh, and here goes Baby Spoon representing. No, he checked. The pump fake. They got me again.
I can never talk, bro. You just talk over it.
So Baby Spoon missing his flush draw, which is actually a blessing in disguise because he was drawing dead. And he will make the fold.
I said it louder so you can hear it.
So Nuno gonna show him that he made a good fold.
If I whisper, then I'm talking shit. I said it louder so you can hear it. Hey, high low, high low.
So back to the 5-card game we go. Back to high-low. So Button is in seat 1. Normally we would be able to see, but the overhead camera is not working. Once the cards get dealt out, action will be on seat 3, El Gallo. So the camera will zoom in on El Gallo and we'll be able to see the action then. Like I said, the action tracker is working, so we do know the players hold cards and we do know what the flop is.
What is this? Omaha?
Let it be.
There we go. There's the action on seat 3. And like I said, all the other cameras are working. We do have 4 cameras in the room.
Bring it.
1 camera set up on each corner. And then 1 overhead camera.
No, don't be joking. I'm never joking. It's gonna be kind of hard.
Deuce, right? That's like the key.
So Nuno just confirming that ace deuce is the nut low. I do commend these players. Like I said, one of them for sure told me before the stream, I've never played high-low before. And now there's another player that's just confirming essentially the hand rankings. But I do commend these players for sitting down and really getting a good learning experience here. Trial by fire. Of course, a wise man learns from the mistakes of others, but a smart man learns from their own mistakes. And a lot of times, in order for you to learn the lesson the right way, I mean, you have to make the mistake.
Like, pretty. I mean, it's the other girl. My girl got the chance, but this is the
We got 6 players to the flop.
dude. She came out like a beast. Oh, she's going after her eye because she's reading. Oh, she's
Yes, because it says you only have $15.
And then the next fight's Tyson, right?
The next price is no, it's just like 160.
170,
Yeah, just in case you go all in, like, yeah. So just, yeah, 170. Sorry about that, Frank. All right, let's go to the flop.
Got the nuts right now. I have the nuts. I have the fucking nuts right now.
Three checks, 4 checks, 6 checks. 8 bucks, 100.
El que saque el round, gana hasta el 5 o 10 dólares.
50.
¿Ah?
50, 8 números. Price will do it, right?
50 el round.
8 numbers for the box.
Y el decision, no, it should be 9.
Yeah. $50, 8 numbers, it's 8 rounds. Alright, should do it. 1, 2,
All right, I'm bringing
Five.
Check it. Check it.
Cuban.
Hey, decision? No? No, you have to put it in there.
Yeah.
Just in case they go to decision.
Really?
Check.
C8, that's 200.
200!
A lot per round.
Okay, so I do have an update on the overhead camera. So essentially, since we are more than halfway through the stream, they will not be able to reset the overhead camera. So we will continue streaming our normal 4 hours. We still have over an hour to go. We will keep streaming our normal 4 hours. However, the overhead camera will not be working. Everything else works. The action tracker works. The action tracker works. And all of the other cameras work that zoom in on the players. The only thing that doesn't work is that camera. That's the culprit. And as I said, with the Netflix fight going on and everybody here at the Texas Card House socializing, trying to watch the fight, so all of the production crews kind of focused on that. And we're going to continue on with the stream. But just to let you know, the overhead camera will not work. Everything else will work. The overhead camera will not work. So everything else working. So right now, essentially the dealer is dealing the cards right now. So the overhead camera will normally be showing the dealer dealing the cards. So once the action is on the player that's under the gun, then the cameras will cycle through. There we go. Action is under the gun. Action is on Nuno. Camera focused on Nuno. He makes the fold. Baby Spoon making the call. Like I said, everything else is working with the exception of the overhead camera. So we will not see the flop from the overhead camera, but we will see the flop on the action tracker. So on the lower right-hand corner of your screen, once the dealer flops the cards, we're going 7 ways to the flop. Going 7 ways to the flop. And the flop is 4, 5, 6, all clubs. So Trucker flopping a king high flush draw. And looks like Gator wants to bet. I would imagine Gator has like 2 pair, or no, Gator has a queen high flush draw with middle set. So we might see some fireworks here as Trucker. Oh, Trucker just has the king high flush draw, so he's not going to go too crazy because he doesn't have the ace high flush draw. So Gator's flush no good, but his full house draw is good. And does anybody have a low draw? Gator has a low draw with the ace 8. Gator's ace 8 right now is the low draw. So Gator does have half this pot secure as long as an ace or an 8 doesn't come. Trucker with no low draw. He needs 2 cards 8 or below in his hand. And Gator's continuing to fire here because he thinks that either his flush is good, and if his flush isn't good, he has a redraw for a full house. So Trucker does not have the ace high flush draw. If Trucker had the ace high flush draw, he would be calling here. Another thing working against Trucker is it's very easy for somebody to have a straight flush. 7-8 making a straight flush. 7-8 of clubs. 7-3 of clubs making a straight flush. And you can see Trucker's going to fold here. So there we go. Gator with the aggression showing. He's saying, look what I had.
I'm in.
It's gonna be 8 and then the decision.
Oh, so it's 9.
So one of them is not going to get picked. It's $50 or whatever.
Así como la de rojo fue más o menos la vergüenza que me dio mi vieja por el
To be honest, whoever gets
Más o
the
menos. Así me dio.
¿Cuándo?
Así sí, más o menos así fue.
So that is true on what you're saying, George. However,
Tell them to take 50 uppers.
it's not that easy. That is the right solution. That is the easy solution, George. However, all of these cameras are automatic. All of these cameras are automatic. So the production crew just controls the action tracker. That is what they're controlling, the action tracker. These cameras are automatically set whenever the dealer's dealing, the overhead camera is activated. Whenever action is on a player, that camera is activated. So all these cameras are automatically set up on their own. So we see here that there is a button straddle and action's on the small blind. So now action is on seat 6 there. So these cameras are automatically set to zoom in on wherever the action is. And that's why we just can't show the overhead camera. Because nobody's actually controlling the cameras. It is being controlled by the system.
That's a good one. I'll trade you.
So right now the dealer is getting ready to flop, and there's the flop. Ace 8-8. Ace 8-8 is the flop. And we can see this is high-low. So the low is possible here if another card, if a card 7 or below shows up, then there will be a low. There will be a low. Right now, 2-3 is the best low draw. 2-3 is the best low draw for Big O here. So 2-3 is the nut low draw right now. Does anybody have 2-3? Yes, every hand Fran with the 2-3, and every hand Fran with the nut low right now. 2-3 is the nut low, and every hand Fran has it. I don't see her going too crazy just because somebody else can have the same low draw and she will be getting quartered. So you can see everybody calling here, and every hand Fran also going to be making the call. So actions on every hand Fran. Oh, she's going to go all in. She might have a redraw. Yeah, she has 2 pair. Does she have a flush draw as well? Yeah, so she has a redraw to the straight draw. El Gallo making the call here. So every hand Fran with the nut low draw right now.
Oh! You know what, bro? There's 2 fights.
Hey, you got one in
Yes.
Can I watch a little bit here, though? Huh?
So 2-3, every hand Fran with the nuts. The nut low, that is. And let's see what these other players have. Let's figure out the high hand here. El Gallo has 2 pair, ace 7. El Gallo has 3 pair, ace 7-8. So he needs the board to pair for the high. Gator is thinking about it here as, let's see what Gator has. Gator, so Gator's going to fold and Big Spoon's going to fold. So every hand Fran does not want to see a 2 or a 3, as that would counterfeit her. And it is a 9, so it's going to be a chop pot. Oh no, Fran is going to scoop. Fran with the 10-6 is going to scoop. So Fran has the 2-3. That is, those are. So her high hand, the 10-6 is being highlighted right now. Now her low hand, the 2-3 is being highlighted. So every hand Fran with the scoop. So she has the 10-6 for the straight. That's the high hand and the 2-3. All right, so the hand reset it. So now the dealer is shuffling the cards right now, getting ready to deal. As I said, normally this overhead camera would be showing that action. So once the cards get dealt out, then we will see the other cameras.
That's what they say.
Decision puts me even.
It's gonna go
It's gonna go to decision and Jake's gonna win. What number did you get,
Yeah,
friends?
he's got decision. And so there's 9
I'm
there.
selling it for 200.
We have a
Hey, I'm gonna put it for sale.
we have a $10
I'll buy that for 125.
160, you got it.
No, you're supposed to be fighting 8 rounds, no? 140.
So it appears like TCH Houston is streaming on our secondary channel. And I believe that's the answer to your question because it's on the secondary channel. Some of these clubs can only find commentators to do the main channel, which is TCH Live. So this channel is TCH Live, and the secondary channel is Texas Card House. And the Houston location is currently streaming on the secondary channel with no commentating. We also stream on the secondary channel, but we do commentate when we stream on the secondary channel.
I'm on cruise control.
So a lot of times it is a commentating issue. A lot of times it's a commentating issue, which is why the clubs will still stream on the secondary channel. Some clubs will still stream, but they won't commentate.
What's the bet?
And not to get too in depth on the commentating, but you do see, not to say that I'm great, but I'm talking about like on upper level stuff like professional sports and college sports, just because there's so many streaming services now, and it's very easy to stream now, that you see a lot of these games, either their play-by-play announcer or their commentator doesn't have a lot of experience. You do see that a lot. And actually, a couple weeks ago when the Cowboys played the Atlanta Falcons, the commentator for, I believe it was Fox, was Greg Olson. And that guy's good. That guy's really good. He was breaking everything down very easy. He was basically saying why they're calling this play and why they're not. And it's kind of funny because then I flipped the channel over to, I believe it was the Seahawks Rams game, and the commentator they had in that game just didn't have a lot of experience, and there's so many streams going on that it's hard to find commentators. So this guy didn't have a lot of experience, and you could just kind of tell the night and day between Greg Olson, who did some excellent commentating, and then the commentator for the Seattle Rams game. Essentially, Seattle should have either kicked the field goal or gone for 2. The game went into overtime, and it just was not great commentating. And I do understand why. It is hard to find commentators. All right, so we are back to the high-low. Like I said, not to go into too big of a rant. So there's only one card on the board that is 8 or below. There is still a possible low, but right now, Trucker does have a set, and he does have blockers, the 10-8. So a 10-8 is a straight, but he does have one of those cards in his hand, so he's going to put in a lot of chips here. Oh, he's going all in. So Nuno with the nut flush draw, and he also has the nut low draw with the ace deuce. Now, if a card above an 8 shows up on the turn, there will be no low. So we got ourselves a big pot here. So El Gallo with a set of 9s. He also has diamonds. It is middle set. If it was bottom set, it would be a lot easier on the fold. And you can see he's really contemplating this. I think if the straight draw wasn't there, he would call it off here with middle set. But since the straight draw, 10-8 makes a straight. He's thinking Trucker has the straight, but Trucker actually hasn't beat with the bigger set. All right, so Nuno's going to go with his hand as he does have a nut low draw and the nut flush draw. But keep in mind, if a card above an 8 shows up, the low draw no longer is in play. But what does Gator have? Gator has a straight draw with a 10. Or if a king comes, he will have a bigger set. El Gallo letting the table know he folded a set, and Gator does not believe him. All right, so Nuno really wants a card on the turn, 8 or below, to give him a shot at that low draw. So they are getting all the pots figured out as we have our third pot of $2,400 tonight. All right. So I'm not even sure they can run it twice just because. Okay, they're going twice. I don't think there'll be a burn the second time is I think what's going to happen. All right, so there's the flush for Nuno, and he will win the first one.
I only said once. I had 2 diamonds.
So they are running it twice. Oh, quads. So it's going to be a chop pot. It's going to be a chop pot between Nuno with the flush and Trucker with the quads. So no low available.
Hey, Trucker.
Yo tengo full house.
Where?
Where kings and jacks.
So quads for the bottom and flush for the top. They will chop it up.
You're way richer than me.
You don't even know.
I gotta pay rent, my car, insurance, my
Me too. I gotta live life.
my AT&T bill. I need to look for one. ¿Tú ya tienes una?
So there is a side pot, and Gator hidden pocket kings for the top. So Gator and Trucker will chop the side pot as Gator wins the top board with a set of kings, and Trucker wins the bottom board.
On the flop.
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
Potential for low?
Potential? Potential doesn't work.
Absolutely it works.
Potential works on the bank.
So side pot getting chopped between Gator and Trucker, and then the main pot will get chopped between Trucker and Nuno. And Nuno looks like he's having a good time with this high-low.
I really like that. You know what?
Hey, Georgie has the pot, guys. Georgie has the pot. ¿Quién, güey? Georgie, hey.
Give me a fucking pot.
Get some bracks for Georgie.
When they put the live stream, how rowdy it's gonna get over there.
So I understand that the time right now is 10:37. So I believe the Netflix fight is starting at 11, but keep in mind we're on a 15-minute delay. So actually at 10:45, these players in the room will be seeing the Netflix fight.
All my rent's taken away from me. So we just chopped all the money. Right? Basically.
Yeah, they chopped the side pot.
That's how I feel about it.
So the overhead camera not working, but all the other cameras are working. And the way the software is set up, the cameras are actually controlled by the software. So anytime the action is on a player, the other four cameras, the four cameras that are working will zoom in on that player. But anytime the dealer is pitching the cards, or anytime a dealer puts out the flop or puts out the turn or puts out the river, that camera does not work. So yes, we do realize that it is frozen, but that's just the overhead camera. Everything else is working. So we are continuing on here as we have about an hour to go in tonight's, just under an hour to go in tonight's stream. So Gator not at his seat does get folded.
I don't want you to be intimidated as I straddle. Hey, you do know all I play is high-low.
I got you, dog. I
That's
got
all I
you.
play, puro high-low.
I got you. Me too. I don't play high. I play drunk, not high.
So action is on Nuno. You can see the little bubbles under his name. So anytime action is on a player, that camera will zoom in. And then once the dealer puts out the flop, the overhead camera automatically changes over, which normally is nice, but in this case, that camera is not working. So when the dealer puts out the flop, we will not see it, but we do see it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So the action tracker does pick it up, so we do see it on the lower right-hand corner, but the actual physical cards from the overhead camera we do not see. So low is available here. A low is available, and Commander picks doesn't have much, so he's going to fold real quick. So Nuno with a flush with top pair, flush draw, and did not have the nut low, but had the second nut low with the ace-5. The ace-3 would have been the low.
Thank you, sir. I know that.
So Big Spoon exactly even. He's been playing for 3 hours, and he is up $0. He's also down $0. So he's in for 770, exactly even. And of course, everybody to his left winning, everybody to his right losing. And we should, the dealer pitching the cards right now, we should be seeing some action here pretty quick on the player who's under the gun. There we go. Action under the gun on Big Spoon. And the camera will pick him up.
I'm working on having fun.
Big Spoon calling. Every hand Frank calling. Trucker making the fold. El Gallo also calling. Nuno Queen Jack 6-3.
Hey, let him know.
Queen Jack 8-6-3 spades. He might just call $5. Does not. Gator not in his seat. He is the big blind. So they will scan his cards and get him folded. And we do have a low. A low is possible. The best low is going to be the 3-4. And Baby Spoon has the 3-4. He basically has an uncounterfeitable low, because even if he hits a 3, a 4, or a 5, his other two cards will play. So with the uncounterfeitable, he's going to be putting out a pretty big bet here. Big Spoon also with the 4-3, but if a 4 or a 3 comes, he's going to get counterfeited. So the battle of the spoons, the Big Spoon and the Baby Spoon. And Big Spoon does not want to see a 3 or a 4 because he's going to get counterfeited. All right, so now Big Spoon has, oh wait, they both have King 9. So Big Spoon is getting free rolled here. So they both have the same hand right now. They have King 9 for the high. They have King 9 for the high, the same hand, and they both have the same low, 4-3. But Big Spoon can get counterfeited if a 4 or a 3 shows up. And he only has a 9, so had the ace. And he's going to make the fold. Did not want to get quartered.
You're not trying to fix the fight?
Gotta look for the floor.
Huh?
Look for the Declan or
Yeah, I know, but they don't even have that here.
Cartel.
Declan!
Small blind. Big blind. We have a $10 button.
All right, so $10 button straddle. And I believe that's going to be Commander Picks on the button.
The fight's not on there.
So the action's going to be on Gator in seat 9.
We have a $10 button straddle. Action starts in the small blind.
Yeah, so Gator's still not at his seat. He will get posted and make sure that the scan is taking place.
They might not have it. It's up to you.
So I understand that pretty much Netflix crashing for everybody. So big fight in North Texas. We are in South Texas. Big fight at the poker table. $10 button straddle. Big Spoon making the call. Every hand Fran making the call. Trucker with the ace deuce. Best low possible. He also has a suited ace. And looks like everybody's making the call. We're going 5 ways to a $55 flop. And it's going to be ace 6-6. So a possible low. The 2-3, the best low right now. Nobody has that. And I was going to say nobody has a 6, but actually Commander Picks has a 6. And he's going to bet that 6. Bet in a pot-sized bet. $55 in the pot. Checks to him on the button. He bets 55. The speed limit when your grandpa got his license. Nobody wanted to chase on a paired board. Everybody going to fold.
Okay, fighter, I think he don't know what hold was fighting better than high low and PLO. Right?
So all these players, which I'm sure everybody else interested in the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight, but from everything that I hear and everything that I read, pretty much the streaming site Netflix overwhelmed, and either everything, people not able to log on. But as I said, we are still streaming here. We are at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, streaming on TCH Live. Overhead camera not working, so we are having issues of our own. But that is the only issue, the overhead camera not working, everything else working. So the cards are dealt out. Action is under the gun. And that should be on every hand Fran. There we go. No, every hand Fran is the big blind. So action on Trucker. He does have a suited ace. So it looks like Duno made the call and the dealer almost scooped him up. So El Gallo with the ace deuce and Trucker with a suited ace. Commander Picks with the 2-3, hoping an ace comes out, and the ace does come out. So Commander Picks right now with the nut low. There are 3 cards, 8 or below. The ace does count as high and low, so that is 6, 4, ace. 2-3 is the nut low. Commander Picks has that. Big Spoon with the open-ended straight draw with the 5-3. He also has clubs. He actually has a wrap because he has the 5-7. Oh, he has a huge wrap. The 5-3 is open-ended. The 5-7 is also open-ended, and the 5-8 is a gut shot. So he's got, I want to say, what is that? Five cards he can hit for his straight, and his clubs are good as well. So huge hand here for Big Spoon. And we are building a big pot here as everybody's calls the $75 bet. A queen coming on the turn. The 2-3 still the nut low draw. And El Gallo with the ace, I think has... Oh, no, it is a set for Nuno. So Nuno with the set. And even though Commander Picks has the nut low draw here, he might fold just because he doesn't want to get quartered. There's 2 other people in the hand he has to worry about here. Well, 3 if you take into account Nuno, but it's very easily that somebody else has a 3-2 in their hand, and that's really all he has. And I think he's going to fold because he does not want to get quartered. He's folding the best low right now. And now the 5 deuce of El Gallo is the best low card. He also has an ace. He has 2 pair, actually. He has a6. So let's see if he makes the call here. He has the, not even the second nut low, but he's going to make the call. Ace or a 6, and he will scoop. All right, let's see what the river is. So I think they're just going to check the river because it sounds like they're talking with each other. But right now, yeah, right now. Oh no! So El Gallo gonna be scooping here. And 5 deuce for the low. Yeah, that's the 5 deuce for the low. That's the scoop. 5 deuce for the low, and he had the better full house. So Nuno making a full house, but 4s full of 6s, and El Gallo making 6s full of aces. That is the high. That's the hand being highlighted. The low is 5 deuce. The low that he's playing is 5 deuce. You start from the top. It'll be 6, 5, 4, deuce, ace. Those are the 5 cards he's playing there. All right, so so the dealer is changing out. We have about 45 minutes left on the stream. And if you're just tuning in, yes, the screen is frozen, but it is just 1 camera. We have 5 cameras. The overhead camera is frozen. As a matter of fact, while they take care of the dealer change, let us remind you about right now the Trailblazer Series.
Poker Tour rolls into Texas Card House Spring from November 10th through 22nd, with numerous big events featuring the $500,000 guaranteed main event. For full schedule, structures and details, visit texascardhouse.com. Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th. $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit texascardhouse.com.
So that event is going on right now, Trailblazer Series. So if you're in the Houston area, or you will be in the Houston area this week or next week, you can head just north of Houston to the town of Spring, right off I-45, or as they say on the West Coast, the 45. You have Spring, Texas, before you get to the Woodlands. Big event going on there, and we got big action going on here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. So the players are wanting to see the fight, but they don't realize everybody's having Netflix issues because they do not have phone access, so they don't realize that all of social media is blowing up right now, and kind of mad at Netflix for their site crashing.
I almost want to go over there, but you know. 5 players. It's 20 minutes left in the stream, but I don't want to make it.
Okay, so we are back to 4 cards. We're back to PLO, just the high. So the button's on seat 1. The button is on seat 1. Oh, big bet here coming from Baby Spoon. $200 bet. Has a open-ended straight draw with bottom pair. Also has backdoor flush draw.
It's beautiful.
Oh, he actually has a wrap, excuse me, with the ace-3. Ace-3, he needs a 5 for a straight. And the 5-3, he needs an ace or a 6 for the straight. Gator with the ace-3 raising it up here. And we're getting ready to play a big pot here. You can see it's basically 50-50 if Baby Spoon continues, and Baby Spoon's going to continue. So huge pot, over $1,000 in the pot. Both these players with backdoor heart draws. Oh, and Baby Spoon getting there right on the turn. Not only does he hit it straight, he has a redraw to the flush. He's going to check, and Gator's going to blast off. Gator with a pot-sized bet here, but he's running into the nuts. Wait, 5-7 is the nuts, but I don't think Baby Spoon is folding with the flush draw. He's going to make the call, and we're going to have a $4,000 pot here, folks. A $5,000 pot. A $5,000 pot. And Gator, they're running it twice, but Gator's drawn dead. Gator is drawn dead. There's the flush. Yeah, so Baby Spoon with the win. Over a $5,000 pot, folks. I do realize the overhead camera's not working, but everything else is. And if that doesn't earn a like,
Oh, he went all in. He went all in. I'm sorry.
Because I still hit 8, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pero él que pegó hasta el 6 o qué? ¿Los también, güey?
No, you only had ace 3. You needed a 5.
¿Cómo que? ¿Arriba uno?
It was a 10-10, ace 3. 10-10, ace 3.
yeah, so everything reading right on the cards are just confirming. But yes, it is a flush for the top board. So I do feel bad for the players because they actually think that the issue is here at the Texas Card House, but the issue is everywhere. The issue is everywhere. Everybody having issues with the fight. That's so once again, George, you're right, but you're wrong. So we are streaming on multiple platforms. We do have 53 people. We do have 53 people. So we are streaming on TCH Live, the YouTube channel. We're streaming on the Facebook. We're streaming on Twitch. And there are a couple of other sites that we stream on as well. So, George, whatever site you are streaming on, that site has 13 people watching right now. However, overall, with all the different sites, it is more than 14 people watching. And, I mean, I do understand why viewership did drop off. The overhead camera's not working, and everybody's trying to log on to Netflix, but they're not able to.
Dude, they're 2-minute rounds. The fight's gonna be like 20 minutes long. This next one? Yes, it's gonna be literally, it's 2-minute rounds, 16 minutes time in between. It's 25 too.
I keep getting alerts on my phone where people are trying, or people are sending me links on my phone so I can pirate the fight.
Oh, true.
Sorry, I one of those 12, 20, I bring for so it's 20 to play. 12, 20? No, it's
Is it already on?
Is it on? There's showing it right now, and you've got Mike Tyson down.
Oh, it's not on yet. It hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. They're showing the old.
So George joining us tonight from Tennessee.
You should cascade it over here. That's what you should do.
Yeah, you should just pass it.
You should just test
mirror
it.
it. Why don't you just mirror your phone?
3.5.
I mean, I'll mirror it, but I don't know if my phone's gonna be on the screen.
All right, so we do have, this is still high. This is Omaha high.
Yeah, it's just correct. There's too many people on. There's too many people trying to get it.
And you can't get it again.
I just
I figured you wanted to snatch it.
So the set of fours winning.
But good. What is right on?
So then it crashes for everybody.
Plus, if I check you right here, with the down the road, you might check me when you're
I think he is.
I don't think there's any casinos in Tennessee, but there's casinos all around Tennessee. I know in the Memphis area, you have a Tunica, where the World Series of Poker. I know they used to have a circuit stop there. I don't know if they still do, but I know they used to have a circuit stop at the Tunica. It's in the Memphis area. Nashville right in the middle. Got to go north for casinos there.
Freddie said he was out.
Franklin, Tennessee.
Did he say he wasn't coming back?
I think that's Nashville area, right? I have been to Nashville before, Franklin, Tennessee, if that sounds familiar. All right, here's who's up, here's who's down. And I thought we would have somebody take a Gator seat as we are seven-handed now, but everybody's interested in the fight. We can see Baby Spoon, the big winner thus far, as he won that $5,000 pot. No, we do have somebody taking the seat. Sweeney in the house. Sweeney taking Gator's seat.
Oh, there it is. It's on over there. It's over there. It's right there.
Okay.
We have one TV there.
Oh, there we go. So the Barrow Social Club, Franklin, Kentucky. Less than an hour north of Tennessee. Yeah, so seat 9, getting settled in. I actually went to Nashville a couple of years ago. Very fun city. Felt a lot like Austin, Texas. The vibes were very similar. And as everybody knows, Austin's a fun city. All right, so we're back to the high. We do have Trucker with a wrap, King, Queen, Jack, and he's going to hit trip kings. El Gallo with a flush draw, but the board is paired now. So we'll see if he's able to call a bet on the paired board. Oh, tiny bet. Trucker making it seem like he has a full house, making it seem like he wants to call. But El Gallo will fold.
I like the king.
You've been quiet. You've been quiet. I had a rap.
Yeah, so I heard that Chris Moneymaker tried to open up a place in Kentucky, but was not successful. I don't know exactly what the story was there, but
Don't do it if you can't support it.
I mean, they're showing it on every TV next door.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like on every TV.
And it's on already?
It's on, yeah. I mean, it's on over there on that end.
Yeah, but I haven't
But
started
it's
yet.
frozen. It's frozen.
Oh, is it?
Hey, can you ask them to what hand they're gonna play to? We're asking. Hand number, whatever. How many more hands we have? No, I'm just curious for the stream.
yeah, so we still have about half an hour to go on the stream, but it is, yeah, so still playing the PLO.
Quad. I have a quad in my leg, in my two legs. One quad on my right leg and one quad on my left leg.
Ace, King, Jack, 6 clubs for Big Spoon. He's going to make it 25. Sweeney lipping under the gun with the Jack 10, 5 deuce. Does have hearts. El Gallo. It is. It's 25, Gallo. Oh, aces for Nuno. But none of them are suited. As a matter of fact, none of his cards are suited. So he's just going to call out of position. Aces is a pretty hand, but he's out of position and he has no suits. Oh, nobody has a 3. So that means Nuno's going to have the best full house possible. Nobody has a pocket pair either. So even if it comes 7-7 here, it's still not going to be good. So I noticed that right before the flop came out, it had the check mark by Nuno's name, and I was like, that's strange. But the reason why is because nobody had a 3 and nobody had a pocket pair. So everybody was drawn dead to the aces.
Hey, you do your best. You do your best. He just doesn't want to play. I know. You know what? After this fight, we're gonna tear that TV down.
Yeah, so we're located in South Texas, and the main airport, the next town over, is in the city of McAllen. So direct flights available on American Airlines to Dallas. Direct flights available to Houston on United Airlines. Direct flights available to Austin on Delta Airlines. But we do have Allegiant Air. So some people hate Allegiant Air, some people love Allegiant Air, and I tend to fall into the love category because if you are a savvy traveler, a light packer, then you can find some real good deals in Allegiant Air. As a matter of fact, they were flying at a time to Nashville, Tennessee a couple years ago. I got the flight round trip, taxes, fees, and everything for $44 round trip. They do fly direct to Las Vegas from here. They also fly direct to Florida. So that's how I wound up in Nashville. All right, so we do have Omaha here. The overhead camera not working, but everything else working, including the action tracker. And looks like everybody making the call here. $105 in the pot. 7 players in. And 3s on the flop again, and somebody has aces again. This time it's Big Spoon. And you can see that he is a pretty big favorite here since nobody has a 3. But he's going to check because he's going to expect somebody to have a 3. It is 7-handed. Oh, now he wants somebody to have a 3. So he hits a flush draw. Excuse me, he hits a full house, but a flush draw is on board. Only a $25 bet. The pot was $105. He's betting 25, giving somebody a price on their flush draw to chase it. And we got the battle of the spoons. Big spoon, baby spoon drawn dead.
Entonces, que aquí no va a estar, ¿o qué?
No lo pueden poner en esta pregunta.
And now he's going to size it up. So we still have less than half an hour. Well, we have less than half an hour to go in tonight's stream. So $15 button straddle. Baby Spoon putting out the $15 on the button. So the button's actually in seat 6.
They haven't showed who it is.
There comes
Oh, that's it.
Paul, whatever his name is.
He said that he was coming up with a card. Yeah.
Am I folded yet or no?
No. That's the part right there.
Actually, they don't have. They fold. Yeah, there was a 15.
So it appears the fight just started. And hopefully you're not having Netflix issues, because according to the interweb, a lot of people having issues. So everybody making the call here, as we have $155 in the pot. Still haven't seen a flop. We're getting ready to see a flop. 4 ways to a flop. $45 raise. And it's going to come King, Queen, 6. Sweeney hitting the bottom set. And yeah, Baby Spoon with a wrap has the 8, 9, 10 jack. Also has a backdoor flush draw. So it can hit a ace, a 9 for a straight. Can hit a 10 for a straight as well. And he's going to make the call. Backdoor spades arriving. Nobody with the backdoor spades. And Sweeney going to put out a pretty big bet here. Big Spoon folding. That was a club, but Baby Spoon would be continuing, but it is not a club. But he is probably going to represent the spade if it comes. Backdoor spades in effect. We can see 5 outs left for Baby Spoon. And the river is a king. So we'll see if he's done with this hand. I think it depends on what Sweeney does. It looks like Sweeney's going to put out a little bet here. So it looked like Baby Spoon hit his straight on the river as the card reader picking something up wrong. So normally we would be able to see when the card reader picks something up wrong with the overhead camera, but obviously we cannot see in this case. So either the turn or the river made a straight for Baby Spoon. All right, every hand Fran with some queens also has hearts and diamonds. She will be calling the $5.
I'm coming out.
Jack, Jack, 9-10 for Nuno does have spades. Oh, aces for Baby Spoon. He does have suited cards, but none of them are the ace.
That was fun, guys. See you on the next one. I know I'm so bad.
Sweeney making the call with spades. Oh, and it's going to be top set for Baby Spoon. 6-8 is open-ended. Nobody has a 6-8. A 6-4 is also open-ended. And Sweeney's going to lead here with his bottom two pair. Nuno making the call. Not scared of the ace, but he's about to be scared of the ace because we have an incoming raise. So Sweeney with bottom two pair. I mentioned it earlier. Normally, bottom two pair is vulnerable in general, but especially in Omaha. And Sweeney with the quick fold. And Nuno's going to realize that somebody has an ace. And he's going to be mucking his cards. Yeah, so on the hand where Sweeney had the pocket sixes, either the turn or the river read wrong because Baby Spoon had a straight with his hand. I do not know which card read wrong. Well, it was the king that read wrong because the king paired the board and wanted to giving him a full house.
No, sir, you are first track. Three folds, 4 folds. I know ski.
So this is a nice high-low hand, the ace, deuce, 3, 4, but we're just playing high right now, 4 cards. Baby Spoon going to be raising it with the queens. Has the queen 8 of hearts. Sweeney making the call, double suited with spades and diamonds. His diamonds are good. His spades are also good. So big flop for Sweeney, but it is going to be... Oh, he turns diamonds as well. So Sweeney flopping open-ended now has a pair to go with a diamond draw. And Baby Spoon not going to be able to continue. So seat 1, the big spoon, cashing out a little early as we got about another 15 minutes to go on the stream. But somebody has already taken his seat. I mentioned it earlier that there is a long list of people wanting to play here. So we do have a new player in seat 1, but I think he's going to have to sit out a hand. So back to high-low we go.
Maybe like 20 more minutes. 20, 30 minutes. C4's not here on the hook.
So here we go, high-low. And keep in mind, this action happened 15 minutes ago. This action.
No. That's not good.
I know, but let's not get teased by that one. Let's just focus on that one. No?
Okay, I guess.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. But
So this action taking place 15 minutes ago, so I believe all of the players are watching the fight. From what I see on social media, it seems like a lot of the issues getting corrected with the streaming issues. All right, ace high flop for Trucker, and we do have a low out there, and that low's going to be 3-4. 3-4 is the nut low. Nobody with the 3-4. So we have two people with a 6. So the 6-3, the nut low right now, that belongs to Fran. No, excuse me, the ace-4. Yeah, the ace-3 is the nut low, but the board does pair. Low is still in play, as we do have 3 cards that are 8 and below for the low. Oh, board pairs again, but once again, looks like Trucker is gonna scoop with the 9s. Oh, so something reading wrong as they are chopping the pot. And we sometimes do have this issue, but with the overhead camera, we're able to know exactly if the card reader read something wrong. But since the overhead camera is not working, we're not able to do that.
not TV, no problem. Can I straddle or no? No, you're big. Oh, no.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. How much is the match?
How much are they straddle on the bench?
I know, right? Never mind.
So this is high-low, high-low.
But you can never know.
Pregunta cuánto tiempo queda de aquí.
20 minutes.
20 minutos.
Va a comenzar.
Oh, shit. ¿Hacer el tiburón? 3.
So somebody taking seat 1, they are punching in the information for seat 1. There we go, we got the information, gonna be 1. So we are back to 8-handed. This is a full table since we are playing high-low. Got about another 10 minutes to go on the stream.
Look at this one.
Yeah, but
Before it freezes. Before it freezes.
look, they're already fighting. They're already fighting.
So overhead camera not working, but here we go. Action on Baby Spoon. Has a suited ace and has jacks. Commander picks with the ace deuce, current nut low right now. And Sweeney with no low making the call. Well, he does have a low. It's a 7-3, but it's not a very good low. We're going 5 ways to a flop, $110. This is high-low, PLO, 5 cards. So the ace-3 is the best low possible right now, and every hand Fran has the ace-3. We do not have a low yet, but there's a very good chance that another card, 8 or below, will come out. Juan leading right out here with his set of 4s. So Juan with a set of 4s for the high. Fran, ace-3. She's on the nut low draw. And Trucker, Trucker with a set of queens. Josie Grossi. So I don't know if Juan's going to be able to get away from this. Juan's just in for 300, so Juan's going with this hand. You flop a set, it's middle set. It looks like Fran is going as well. Fran does have a low draw. Fran does have a low draw. Trucker has no low draw. And Juan has no low draw because his hand is paired up. So every hand Fran wants to see a card 8 or below so she can hit a low draw. Even a 7-6 is a low draw just because none of the other players have 2 cards 8 or below in their hand. So every hand Fran in pretty good shape here for the low. And Juan with middle set in pretty bad shape. So they're getting the pot correct, and Fran is looking for a card 8 or below. So making sure we're getting all the action correct here. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to go twice because I don't know if enough cards are left in the deck. I think they can go twice as long as they don't burn. Yeah, so there's Fran's low draw. I mean, just the 7-6 is fine for the low. Oh, quads for Juan. So Juan was drawn to 1 out, and he's going to hit it. Fran still needs a small card. She needs a small card for a low. 8 or below. 8 or below for the low. And yeah, Fran did not get there on the river. Yeah, so both Fran and Juan are going to get quartered. There we go. It's a queen. So both players hitting quads. So there was no low on the second board, though. So Fran will win the low on one of the boards. And then Trucker will win the high on one of the boards.
That's right there, 108, 108.
They're already on the second round over there.
Close.
No.
They're freezing all the time.
I know.
Ya viene el mordisco de
Let me watch what happened before the second.
Si lo sigue abrazando, Tyson le va a poner la oreja.
Eso sí. I think half.
So they are getting the pot chopped up. And normally we would be able to see this, but like I said, since the overhead camera is not working, but as soon as they get it chopped up, they will start another deal. And then we will be able to see the action from there. All right, so they got the pot chopped up. They will shuffle the cards. Then, as I said, once the action is on a player, then we'll be able to see the other cards.
It's still so bullshit.
He's not gonna get to the 8th round. That's for sure. By the 8th round. He's already winning.
All right, so dealer is dealing out the cards. Overhead camera not working. Everything else is.
No, that one's frozen. It's what's this?
So there we go. So we do have probably about another 5 minutes left on the stream. We do apologize for the camera issues. All right, we're going 3 ways. So Commander picks with the ace deuce, and that's going to be in play. Oh, Baby Spoon flopping a boat. Nobody with a 5, so everybody's going to check. Baby Spoon hoping somebody hits. And the ace deuce is the nut low. And Commander picks going to say pot. If Baby Spoon raises here, he might get Commander picks to fold, as they're both over $2,000. Because we saw Commander picks fold earlier, thinking that he was getting quartered. And this could be the same situation here, where he's thinking he's going to get quartered. He only has ace deuce. Does have clubs. I think he's going to call at least one time. And we'll see if this is a good river for Baby Spoon to pot it. Nah, it's probably going to go check, check. It does go check, check. No reason for Commander picks to bet here. They will chop it up. The ace deuce. The ace deuce for the low, the pocket sixes for the high. So Baby Spoon, over $3,600 winner tonight. So once the cards are dealt out, the action does start, and then the cameras will start working. So we are still playing high-low, I believe. Yep, 5 cards. The ace deuce to nut low. And it looks like every hand Fran raising it to 25. She has aces, double suited, no, just diamonds, and does have the ace 4 for the low draw. Commander Picks has all clubs in his hand, which normally isn't good, but 2 of those clubs are an ace and a deuce, so he's going to make the call. He does have the best low draw right now, unless if a deuce comes. Then every hand Fran will have the best low draw with the ace 4. And it's going to come 5 high, 2 hearts. Sweeney with hearts. And Sweeney's going to bet those hearts. Pretty big bet here, $100 pot, $100 into 125. Quick call by Fran as she's looking for a card 8 or below. So her low draw is live. She also has backdoor diamonds, has top pair right now, but actually the aces are better than the top pair, so she's playing aces right now. And Sweeney playing a flush draw with jacks right now. No clubs on the flop. Commander Pick will fold. And Sweeney is looking for a heart. A jack also works. And there's the queen to give Fran trips. No low possible. But this is probably going to slow down Sweeney. No, Sweeney going to continue to fire here. And Fran going all in for just a little more. Sweeney going to be priced in here. And he's going to need a jack on the river. No low possible. Sweeney needing a jack. Fran with the trip queens will win the hand. Now, she does have trip queens with an ace kicker. She does not have a full house, as she has to play 2 cards from her hand. Normally in Hold'em, this is a full house. Normally in Hold'em, you can just play 1 card in Hold'em, but in Omaha, you have to play 2 cards. So she has trip queens with an ace kicker. Trip queens, ace 9 is the 5-card hand. Cards being dealt out right now, just waiting on the action to start so the camera will work. So somebody's card's not scanning properly. That's why it was an extra delay. Still playing high-low. Commander Picks was the ace-deuce. That is the nut low draw. Ace-3. Juan has the second nut low draw. Every hand Fran with the 2-3, hoping an ace comes on the board to give her the no draw. But we are going 6 ways to a flop. 6 ways to a flop. This is high-low, big O Congress. And there is still a possibility for a low, but it would have to come runner. 2 diamonds on the board. Nuno with a pair and a flush draw. Juan with the nut flush draw, but it is Baby Spoon betting his set of jacks. Pretty big bet here. I don't think Juan is going anywhere. Does have the nut flush draw, also has, yeah, there it is. He is, oh, he just made the call. He didn't go all in. He only has about 40 bucks behind. 65 according to the graphics. Oh, Nuno makes the call, and he is in bad shape. Oh, that possible low draw is coming into play here, as now Juan needs a card 8 or below that doesn't pair the board, and his last $65 he's going to put in. And Nuno in terrible shape here finally makes the fold. So Juan looking for a diamond or a card 8 or below that doesn't pair the board. That way he at least gets half the pot. 5 of diamonds would be gross. No, board pairs, no low. It is going to be, wait. Is that runner? King 4? So something reading wrong, I think. Yeah, so the king was not the river because Juan is showing the ace 3 for the low. Unless if they didn't realize that Juan had a full house. Kings full of 4s. And Baby Spider having jacks full. So not exactly sure if the card reader picked everything up right there. All right, we got a couple of hands to go here. So yes, we do know the overhead camera's frozen, but everything else is working as far as the action tracker and all the other cameras in the room besides the overhead cameras working. So as soon as the cards get dealt out and action is on a player, then those cameras will focus on that player and we'll be able to see what they have. So let's see who action is on.
Find a fucking real boxer, like you ain't.
All right, so action I believe is on Trucker in C3. Somebody's cards did not get scanned. So Trucker makes the call. Nuno squeezing his cards as he gets his arm squeezed as well. Baby Spoon raising it up, has the ace deuce for the nut low draw, and has the ace queen jack 5, has hearts. Juan making the call, basically no low draw. I mean, the 7 and 3 can technically make a low, but normally somebody will have something better than a 7 or a 3 for a low. Does have pocket 10s though. He is coming along. And we're going 5 ways to a flop. Let's see what the flop is. It's all kings. And Sweeney going to be flopping a full house, and he says check. Oh, Juan also flopping a full house. Wow, this is pretty gross here. No possible low. No possible low, so all their chips are getting in here. Sweeney with kings full of 10s, and Juan with 10s full of kings. So the case 10, the last 10, showing up, and it's getting Juan in trouble.
Hey, Fred, 200. I'm buying. You want to play or not?
Is Sweeney just going to call here? He doesn't have much left. Yeah, there he goes. He goes all in, and Juan makes the call. And Juan is drawn dead. D-E-D, dead. Let's see if Sweeney would have hit on a full house either way with a jack, an 8, or a 4. No matter what, Sweeney's going to win. He has king 10, Juan has pocket 10s. Looks like the card reader not picking up that last card. Yeah, so Sweeney going to win. It is a 475. That's how much chips he had. So the dealer will count down the chips.
Freddy va a ganar la decisión porque te siento otra vez.
All right, so 2 more hands to go on tonight's stream. Seems like everybody having technical difficulties everywhere as I'm sure many of you know there was technical issues with Netflix, and we do have technical issues with our overhead camera. Everything else working right, so just kind of soldier on through. As I said, 2 more hands to go. So cards are dealt out. Action is going to be on. Let's see whose action is going to be on. I don't know if we're still playing high-low. Yes, we are. That's 5 cards, so we're still playing high-low. I think we have 2 more hands, so the stream will end. So next hand. Yeah, the stream will end next hand. This is hand 63. So the last hand will be the last high-low hand that these players play. And everybody's calling the straddle. Anybody with the ace-deuce? Oh, Baby Spoon has ace-3. Has clubs and has spades. Has both suits covered. So he's putting in a pretty big raise here. Really wants a 2 to come out on the flop. And is Nuno going to be able to call? No, he's not. So a little surprise that Baby Spoon gets no action, but that's going to bring us to our last hand of the night. Kind of crazy trying to keep up with the 5 cards that the players have, and our overhead camera not doing us any favors. But this will be the last hand of the night. So the dealer essentially is shuffling right now, as there are 2 overhead microphones on the table, which I can hear the audio on. And then once the dealer pitches out all the cards and all the cards get scanned properly, then the camera will focus on seat 3 trucker. That's assuming that there is no button straddle. So the camera is going to be showing either seat 1 or seat 3 right now, because the button is on seat 8. 8-handed table. Yep, so no straddle here. Action is on trucker.
He's coming back. He's coming back in. Where? I don't know, maybe he has fucking $450. Why not?
Right?
All right, so last hand of the stream. Nuno with the ace-deuce making the call, but he does seem a little preoccupied with the massage as well. Excuse me, he raises. Sweeney ace-deuce suited. Puts in the 3-bet. Every hand, Fran. Making the call. Her clubs are good. No, her clubs aren't good. So she has king-high clubs and she has queen-high spades, but both of her suits are not good. This is very unfortunate for her. Nuno has the ace-deuce. He's going with it. Oh, Sweeney just calls, which might bring in every hand Fran. So normally one of every hand Fran's suits would be good, either the clubs or the spades, but none of them good in this case. She also has no low draw, so that might get her to fold. She needs 2 cards, 8 or below. No, she does not make the fold. This is the last hand of the stream, and we have a $620 pot pre-flop as we're getting ready to go to the flop. Fran does not want to see black cards. Oh, Fran hidden 2 pair, also has a straight draw. So Fran was in rough shape, and now she has turned the table. A low draw is still possible, but it's going to have to come runner. There's 1 card on the board that is an 8. So the next 2 cards have to be below the 8. Nuno flopping middle pair has a gut shot straight draw with a 6. Does not have a backdoor flush draw. And this is basically for all his chips, as the bet's $255, and he does have less than $255. He has 165. He might stick around just because the pot is so big. And Sweeney has top pair here. So it looks like we're ending the night off in a bang, as we do have a big hand coming your way. All right, so every hand Fran in front right now with the king 9 also needs a jack for a straight. Nuno needing some help. Needs a 6 for a straight. Oh, there's the board parent. So Fran with a full house. So Fran 8's full of kings. Gonna win the $1,300 pot. There's the king 8. No low showing up. So Fran winning the last hand of the night. So that'll wrap things up.